Lubavalo.
Good morning, Lily.
Maybe if you make me the co-host, we can also enable the waiting room and pause the recording, and then we can like set up all the tech stuff.
Okay, let me do it now.
Recording stopped.
Hey, Lubabalo, are we already on the live stream or do you start that later?
We are already on the live stream, so I think let's allow everyone else to come in.
Okay. Hi everyone. I see some of the speakers have joined. Thank you so much. There's also we don't have a waiting room, so a lot of the members of the public have also joined. Um, so yeah, it's a little bit different to our normal SALO kind of Zoom meeting setups. Um, but so if any of the speakers would like to test their audio or video connection, you're welcome to try do that now, if you'd like to.
Hi,
Um,
can you hear me?
yes,
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
thank you.
Is everything okay from my side?
Perfect, thank you.
Everything fine from my side?
Yes, the sun
Thank
is a
you.
little bit reflecting, but
Yeah.
otherwise we can see you and hear you.
Thank you.
No, it's me. Am I fine, Chair? I also want to note the point that our co-presenter, Comrade Tulan Chefuta, should be joining us. But I'm also checking as I'm talking. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, and
Right.
I've added him to the program.
Okay. Well, thank you.
And then we also wanted to ask if anybody is sharing a PowerPoint or a presentation or something, if we would then, you could just let us know, I'm gonna share in my slides now, and then we would ask you to share on your own computer. So then we'd enable screen sharing for that, for the duration of your presentation.
We will be sharing some slides too.
Okay, so then you'll share, I'll just say allow participants to share slides, and then you'll be able to share screen on your own side rather than me
Okay.
sharing.
Thank you.
Okay.
C20 will also be presenting from a PowerPoint. Thanks.
Okay.
Listen to your message. Lubabalo? Morning, Lubabalo.
Good morning, Chairperson.
How are you?
I'm finding yourself, Chair.
Yes, just check if the camera, my location is okay and the lighting. Is it fine?
It's perfect, Chairperson. It's perfect, Chairperson. You're very clear, Chair.
Oh, good. No, that's
Thank
fine.
you,
Then.
Chair.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair. Goodbye.
Okay.
Hi everyone, I see that more people have joining, including members of the public and our speakers. We've asked if any of the speakers would like to come in and test their audio and video. You're welcome to turn on your cameras and unmute yourself and do that. From my side, I'm Lily from SALO, and I'm going to be helping with some of the Zoom tech stuff. Just to let everybody know, including the speakers and the chair, that just in order to manage a very big meeting, we are trying to keep the settings that to make sure that in between different speakers, we'll turn off the button that allows people to unmute themselves or start their video, just to keep it controlled in between speakers. So when the chair introduces a new speaker, if you will please give it a few seconds for us to just enable the speaker to unmute themselves and start their video, start screen sharing. So it might just take a few extra seconds just to come in for the technology team to enable the unmuting functions and things like that. But Chairperson, I think I could make you
yes.
if I make you a co-host, then you'll be able to unmute whenever you want, if that's okay.
Lubabalo, I'm audible, ne?
Yes.
Yes, my sister.
Yes, you are
Yes,
audible.
Chairperson, you are audible, Chair.
Okay, no problem.
And we can see you, Chairperson.
I'm seeable. How's the now?
Yes, Chairperson, good morning.
We must be done by 1.
Yes, Chairperson.
The speakers have been made aware
Yes, Chairperson, the program was circulated, Chairperson.
because we have many speakers here.
They are giving summaries of what has happened so far in their different spheres of work. So it won't be long per speaker, Chairperson.
So on average, it's how many minutes per speaker? 5?
It's 10 minutes, Chairperson.
10.
Yes, Chair.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's 120 minutes, which is 2 hours.
Yes, Chairperson, but the more time will
fine.
be given to, okay, Chair, to the
The more time will
discussions,
be given to?
discussions from the floor, Chairperson, and honorable members.
Okay.
Yes, Chairperson. I'm sure most of them will be less than 10 minutes. It's a summary. Thank you, Chairperson.
No problem.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, the staff of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation, those who might be coming from Department of International Relations and Cooperation to follow the proceedings of this Portfolio Committee today, South Africans who may be using different platforms provided by Parliament to follow the proceedings of this colloquium here today, the media, I welcome all of you today. My name is Supra Obakeng Ramoeletsi Mahumapelo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation. Before we go anywhere, I will want us to thank SALO for agreeing to work with us today on this important colloquium as we build towards the G20, which is being presided over by South Africa as its president. Hopefully everything will go smooth and we'll be able to hand over to the United States of America in November as part of concluding the G20 November. We've got today here, ladies and gentlemen, presenters who are going to be taking on average between 10 and 15 minutes to give us a summary of the proceedings of their own engagements from the different subcommittees that are attached to the G20. And I want to acknowledge here the presence of Mrs. Elizabeth Sidiropoulos, I hope I'm pronouncing the surname correctly, Dr. Pilani Mtembi, Professor Zondi. Those are from the T20. And then we've got from the G20 Social Summit, Ms. Salome Baloyi. We've got from the B20, Dr. Anthony Costa and Mr. Kas Kovadia. C20, Mabalani Mfundisi, Tulani Chevuta. From L20, it's Matthew Parks. You are welcome, Comrade Matthew. From W20 is Professor Navia Botla Mela. I hope I'm pronouncing the surname correctly. I apologize in advance. And from the Youth 20 is Mr. Moeketsi Kauhela. I will be presiding as the chair or program director for today's engagements. As the Portfolio Committee, we deemed it necessary as part of our work to ensure that we have this colloquium here today. This colloquium must be understood in the context of three pillars which are central to the work of Parliament. As you know, South Africa's constitution gives Parliament three important responsibilities. One is to ensure public participation. Two is to ensure the oversight over the executive. And three is to make laws. So those are the three cardinal, central, constitutionally obliged responsibilities of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. So in the same context, we then, as the Portfolio Committee, came to a decision that working with non-state actors like SALO, we must convene this colloquium as part of us as Parliament, participating, preparing, influencing, and making sure that we deepen the understanding and the through interaction on matters around the G20. So we are responsible for oversight on the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. We work under the guidance and the leadership of our Speaker, Honorable Toko Didiza. As you may be aware, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this month, Parliament itself will be having its own P20 is going to be held in Cape Town. I welcome our traditional leadership who are here today and have confirmed their participation here today. And I want to really thank them because since we started as the Portfolio Committee from the last administration of the 6th, they have understood as the traditional leadership why it's important for them to work with us in the context of geopolitical issues and how they must help us to make sure that these geopolitical issues are simplified and they are rooted on the ground amongst the people in the villages and in the townships. So we are very happy, our traditional leadership, for you to continue to be cooperating with us in this regard. At the end of today's proceedings, we will emerge with some kind of a way forward, which we will concretize, give it over to Department of International Relations and Cooperation, and then give it over to the Office of the Speaker so that they can form part of the concrete outcomes recommended to constitute discussions and way forward at the G20 in November. So we hope that the colloquium here today will emerge with quality concretes, which will then ensure that as the portfolio committee, we play our rightful role to ensure that we play a role in the preparations towards this G20, which is historical in the African continent. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, there was a global financial crisis which engulfed the world around 1997, 1998. That led to the coming together of the ministers of finances, particularly driven from the developed countries. They came together to look at this problem of the financial crisis and how them working together, they can develop solutions that humanity can work together towards, that humanity can embrace and can grow as a solution towards global financial problems. In the process, the developing nations were also invited. 10 years later, a decade later, there was another financial crisis. That financial crisis resulted in the elevation of these meetings of the ministers of finance now becoming a coming together of the heads of states to look comprehensively at these matters that are affecting global finances. And today the rest is history. We now have heads of states coming together every year on a rotational basis to look at matters that are affecting the world. And we hope that part of the issues that will be concretized going forward will include how do we deal with degradation of environments, because degradation of environments leads to the perishing of people. It leads to people being unable to produce what they must consume. It leads to people not being able to have the necessary resources to sustain the environment. It leads to destruction of infrastructure, destruction of property. It leads to destabilization of the lives of people and global markets. And we also hope that what the G20 will also emerge with is how globally together we can come together to bring global capital to address matters of poverty, of inequality, and unemployment all over the world. As we have the developed, the developing, and the underdeveloped countries. So it's our hope that those issues will be addressed. Centrally, we also hope that the issues of women will be addressed and prioritized. The issues that affect young people will be addressed. The issues that affect workers, because without workers, without their labor that is not only physical, but that is intellectual, that affects their labor as workers, will also be addressed, and they will be attended to as part of making sure that capital doesn't only work towards accumulation and growth of capital for superhighway of accumulation, but for the benefit of the masses of the people all over the world. So without wasting time, we are going to have our first presentation today. As I said, it is summaries that are going to be presented here today. My partner is going to be Lwazi Somia from SALO. So I will give him a few minutes to do opening remarks, and I'll ask Lwazi to then, after doing the opening remarks, to call our first speaker. Over to you, Lwazi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to thank the International Relations Portfolio Committee, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Thoboti Diza, along with the public that has joined this inaugural and important meeting ahead of South Africa's G20 process. It being the first on the African continent, the African continent itself has been placed on the center stage, especially addressing the global challenges that impact us the most. A lot of the times when we see these multilateral meetings and engagements, we think that these are issues that are very far from us. So when we think about it, what South Africa has put on the agenda, South Africa wants to take action to strengthen disaster resilience and responses. What does this mean? It means that with the advent of climate change and along with disasters related to climate change, our societies need to adapt and create infrastructure for us to survive. And part and parcel of that is how do we utilize indigenous knowledge systems to overcome the climate barriers? And I'm very, very happy, Honorable Chairperson, that we have the indigenous and traditional leaders on this platform to assist us in the thought process and help not only the P20, but also the government of South Africa to think through how do we now utilize these indigenous systems and knowledge systems as a means of not only mitigating climate-related disasters, but how do we foster economic development utilizing our indigenous knowledge systems. But key to this is the lack of infrastructure in order for us to mitigate these climate resilience issues, including that of infrastructure linked to trade and development, which is linked to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. However, this is inhibited by issues around debt which African countries have to pay at exorbitant interest rates in comparison to the European or other peers in other continents. So we need to address these issues as South Africa has placed it firmly on the table that issues around service delivery, issues around the lack of resources around healthcare, issues around lack of resources around education, have to do with the country's fiscal capacity to address these fundamental challenges that are placed on the global agenda. And we as South Africa and we as the international community need to plug in during this G20 process, along with issues around what does it mean to have a just transition and how do we finance this just transition, especially with consideration the role of critical minerals as a key natural resource element. President Cyril Ramaphosa has highlighted that critical minerals in this continent should be beneficiated in order for us to create jobs within the continent and industrialize the continent. However, what we see in areas such as the Eastern DRC is that critical minerals have become the push factor towards conflict. So some of the areas we need to also deliberate upon as not only as South Africa, but also as the African continent, as we are one and the same, because South Africa's development is intertwined with the rest of the continent and the international community's development. So issues such as economic inclusion, industrialization, employment, food security, and also with the emerging trends around artificial intelligence, data governance, and innovation for sustainable development. These are very, very, very integral parts of how do we now create an industrial capacity as not only South Africans, but as the international community. And also along with South Africa trying to review what is the cost of doing business within the African continent, especially relating to how the high debt burdens that are placed on Africans themselves has become a very major stumbling block towards future progression and development within the African continent. And key to this, and this is the reason why we invited these various engagement groups, are the role of business, the role of think tanks, the role of labor, the role of women, the role of youth, the role of various sectors within our society, and how they're planning to plug in within this G20 framework, and how do we now plan to collectively address these global emerging challenges is very critical in how we foster a better tomorrow. As we know, we live in very turbulent times, in which one of the academics, South African academics, Anusha Naidu, regards as the intergram between what is known and what is an unknown future. And part and parcel of this, how do we redefine the unknown future, is us plugging in and setting the agenda on the issues that we need to address collectively in the international community. Without wasting further time, I'd like to bring on the T20, with your permission, Chair, to begin their deliberations and what is the T20 doing, including how do we now get more voices onto the table on these relevant matters. Over to you, the T20. I'd like to call on Dr. Phumlani Mthembu as the first speaker for the T20. Over to you, Dr. Mthembu.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for the invitation. I'll be speaking on behalf of the T20. Prof. Zondi and Elizabeth Sideropoulos, they were not able to make it today. I'm hoping that a colleague or two might also join a bit later in terms of if any questions are directed towards the T20. But colleagues, the T20 is essentially the think tanks and research institutions within the G20 ecosystem. And of course, in this framework, what we have seen ourselves doing is seeking to engage closely with the Sherpa track, but also with the finance track of the G20. We also see the T20 as playing a key role in also bridging the engagements amongst the various engagement groups. And we know that during South Africa's G20 presidency, we have about 13 official engagement groups outside of the state. You also have other engagement groups that may not necessarily be recognized as official, but have actually been also working quite closely within the G20 space. And I think for us as a T20, it's been quite important that we are able to engage as broadly as possible, but also to be involved in some of the work of the different working groups that has been ongoing throughout. As we are constituted in the T20 by the Institute for Global Dialogue, which is associated with UNISA. We also have the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation at the University of Johannesburg, and we also have the South African Institute of International Affairs. But from the beginning, I think we've been quite intentional in saying that the process needs to be as inclusive as possible. And so we have worked with quite a number of think tanks and research institutions, university departments throughout the country to involve them as much as possible in the work of the T20. We've also constituted ourselves around 5 task forces, essentially Task Force 1, which is on trade and investment, Task Force 2, which is digital transformation, Task Force 3, which is financing for sustainable development, Task Force 4, which is solidarity for the achievement of the SDGs, and then Task Force 5, which is accelerating climate action and the just energy transition. So if you think of the T20, formally you would have roughly about 120 experts from around the world, all of the G20 countries and even beyond that, who are playing a role in engaging and doing research on some of the priorities that have been outlined for South Africa's presidency, but also to provide certain policy recommendations at a high level, which have been sent to the G20. And I will summarize those at the end of my about 10 minutes. So colleagues, having done that and having sought to be as inclusive as possible, and also taking cognizance of the role of the African Union now as a full member of the G20, we constituted these 5 task forces and in a way that we have 3 co-chairs of each of these task forces. One of the co-chairs is a South African, one of the co-chairs is African, and then the other co-chair stems from any of the G20 countries, both in the global north and in the global south. The way we've also constituted the various task forces is also to ensure that there is gender representativity, both in the way they constituted, but also in the way that policy briefs have also been submitted. So in all the recommendations and in the policy briefs that we've been overseeing, you'll see a collective of researchers from the global north and the global south, but also intentionally with a reflective of gender. And that has been something that is quite intentional, which has been there also in last year during the Brazilian presidency. With that, we have had early in the year, we hosted an inception conference, which invited all members of the T20. These have all been public dialogue. So even though we've had physical participation, we've always had a hybrid option where people can link in from anywhere in the world, irrespective of what they're doing. So they've always been open to the public. So we had that inception conference early in the year. We then hosted an Africa high-level dialogue where we partnered with the African Union through the African Union's Development Agency, NEPAD, and also had engagement from various think tanks and research institutions across Africa to feed into the policy recommendations being developed by the T20. And there we also had the presidency in South Africa through the office of the Deputy President, Paul Mashadile, who also was there, but also Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Mr. Alvin Bottas. And then from that, we also have hosted a T20 midterm conference. Now, the T20 midterm conference, it was essentially an opportunity to convene as the T20 with members of the public to finalize a set of policy recommendations that stem from the 5 task forces and feed into the priorities of the South African G20 presidency. We hosted that at the University of South Africa in partnership with the university and various other stakeholders. And there we finalized what was referred to as the T20 high-level recommendations. A communique was presented, and this meeting took place on the 20th of June. So it was about a week before the Sherpa, the third Sherpa meeting convened in Sun City. And that provided us an opportunity to finalize the recommendations and present them as a T20 during the third Sherpa meeting in Sun City. And essentially, the recommendations stem around issues of trade and investment, where the first task force essentially said it's important to empower the WTO, the World Trade Organization, to preserve and reform the multilateral trading system, obviously seeing the challenges that the WTO is encountering and that multilateralism in general is encountering. We also, that task force also had a recommendation to say it's important to promote a coordinated approach to regional trade cooperation that harmonizes physical, social, and digital infrastructures and standards, and promote interoperability of trade systems to reduce asymmetries. The third recommendation was to promote industrial and investment policy to support a just and green transition and economic growth through value chain integration and the transfer of innovative technologies. Task Force 2 on digital transformation basically recommended the importance of driving efforts to fund the promotion of standard and new statistics and analysis necessary for evidence-based digital policy. Number 2, to align with global governance efforts to support the development of enabling national and regional integrated data governance frameworks. And 3, extend earlier G20 endorsements of the role of digital public infrastructure in development, with commitments to ensuring a people-first and whole-of-society approach to digital public infrastructure and emerging technologies. The third task force recommended, and this task force is on financing for sustainable development. It recommended that we facilitate the overhauling of the IMF's governance model. Number 2, promote efforts to build a multi-currency international financial architecture. Number 3, take actions to bring down the cost of capital. And number 4, take proactive measures to enable predictable and fast debt resolution. Number 5, expedite work on the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. The fourth task force, a summary of their recommendations, was to finance SDG gaps through a reform of the global financial system and the promotion of progressive fiscal policies. Number 2, operationalize the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty and build equitable food systems. Number 3, strengthen social protection systems to reduce inequalities. And the last task force on climate action and the just energy transition recommended first that we promote value addition and fair benefit sharing in critical mineral value chains for equitable green industrialization. Number 2 is that we champion comprehensive whole of society, whole of economy just transition taxonomies and exercise political leadership in UNFCCC negotiations to secure concrete outcomes and the means of implementation for just transitions at global and local levels. Number 3 is deepen G20 engagement on insurance to enhance resilience and disaster risk response. And number 4, integrate climate and biodiversity nexus solutions with bioeconomy principles within the G20 agenda. And that is a summary of the recommendations that the T20 essentially handed over to the G20. And what remains for this engagement group until November and the rest of the year is we are now planning our T20 Summit, which will be held in November in Johannesburg. And whilst we plan that, we are also, that's on the 13th and 14th of November, but we will also be having various engagements with the other engagement groups in the lead up to the summit, and many of them will also be invited to the summit. Let me end there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Pilani, for that important input. We'll have all the inputs, and then at the end, honorable members and other participants will engage the presentations. So the next presentation from the G20 Social Summit is Ms. Salome Baloyi. How's Salome? Salome, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I was still just that lag time that they spoke about in the beginning. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, you are audible now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And thank you to, I would like to just thank all the speakers in this colloquium, honorable members and members of the public. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think mine is more from the message from the Shepherd's Office of the G20, and mine will be very short, Chairperson, because I'm going to just talk about what is the Social Summit and what is it that we actually intend to do and why we thought that the Social Summit was actually very important. As you are aware, G20 is a gathering of the world as major economies that makes decisions on issues that actually affect all of us in terms of job, trade, climate change, and development. I believe the chair was actually talking about it at the beginning. But up until now, this conversation has been led mainly by government and formal groupings, leaving too little space for the communities and ordinary citizens to be able to come. Since the Brazilian presidency, President Lula saw it important to actually just introduce the social summit. And what is this social summit? Social summit is about the work of the G20 to be more inclusive and also to ensure that it is actually very closer to the people. It is actually, it was created to be able to just close the gap. Its intentions was to ensure that it opens the door wider, to create a more inclusive platform where civil society, grassroots organizations, youth, women, people with disability, faith-based groupings, social movements can bring their voices, experiences, and also solutions into the G20. For South Africa, we will be hosting the social summit from the 18th to the 20th of November 2025. Obviously, for all the people to be able to come in. Why it actually, as I've already mentioned, is just to make sure that the G20 is actually more inclusive and also ensuring that the decisions that are taken, they reflect the realities of all sectors of society in order for us to be able to strengthen democracy by holding leaders accountable to the voices of the people, not just for formal institutions. It allows South Africa to also champion inclusive solidarity, equality, and sustainability with the values rooted in our constitutional democracy. Under our presidency chairperson, we have 13 formal engagement groups that have been established and approved by Parliament. And those engagement groups, some of them will be talking, and one has already spoken into this colloquium. These groupings bring together stakeholders such as your C20, your B20, Labour 20, T20, Y20, Women 20, urban leaders, and so forth, just to mention a few, for us to contribute to structured contributions to the G20 processes. However, with these groups in place, we recognized that they do not capture the full diversity of civil society, which is why we believed, and also our president believed, that it is vital to actually take along the social summit. In short, what I can say is that the social summit matters to us, it matters to the president of South Africa, so that it must not only be about government and economies, but about all the people. The expectations from ourselves, from the Shepherd's Office, and also as instructed by the president from the ordinary citizens, is for them to be able to engage through the many dialogues and the many outreach programs, online platforms such as this, leading up to the summit. This will enable them to be able to bring forward the lived experiences, the practical solutions to challenge such as inequality, issues of unemployment, access to services, and so forth that will be coming forward, but participate actively in shaping recommendations that will be presented to the G20 leaders, ensuring that they reflect the real community priorities or the lived experiences that are there. To guide this process towards the social summit itself, President Cyril Ramaphosa has actually appointed two distinguished co-conveners. One being Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, who is the former Deputy President of South Africa and a global leader on gender equality and social justice, we all are aware of. And the second one is Minister Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, who's the minister in the presidency responsible for communications, which is GCIS, state security, who brings with herself government leadership and also strategic coordination. They are joint. We believe that their joint leadership will ensure that the social summit is anchored in both civil society expertise and government authority, guaranteeing that South Africa delivers a truly inclusive, people-centered G20 social, as I've already mentioned. From the side, obviously, of the Shepherd's Office, we definitely look forward to working with the communities. We have made tremendous progress with the formal engagement groups. We do have various meetings with them. There will be another one on Thursday where we are actually starting to logistical arrangement in terms of the social summit itself, which I've mentioned that it will be taking place in November. And we trust that if the communities or ordinary citizens take this call to task, we will be able to deliver a declaration that is truly representative of the communities out there. They will be able to ensure that their voices are actually heard into the declaration that will be forwarded or delivered to the Leaders Summit. That was the intention and the instruction that the president has actually given us. That is why we've already started the process in ensuring that we work together with the formal engagement group to ensure that as we move forward, whatever logistical arrangement that is made will then be a representative of what the civil society actually would like to see. With the meeting that we are having from now forth until the social summit itself, the 13 formal engagement groups will be steering what they would like to see into the program of the social summit, what are the issues that they would like to see, and definitely towards the social summit itself, it will be, this is our voice. We are owning up these issues that we are bringing forward to the community. With that, I would like to just thank you, Chair, for this contribution, and also to be able to just outline exactly what the social summit is all about. We are believing that the co-conveners will be launching formally to the members of the public the road towards the social summit itself in the next 2 weeks. And we look forward to the contribution of the ordinary citizens throughout. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Salome. Thank you very much for that presentation. C20 will be represented by Ntate Mfundisi and Ntate Shevuta. Any one of the two can take over to give a summary. Over to you.
Chairperson, am I audible?
You are audible. Just raise your voice a little bit or increase the volume on the gadget.
Okay. Now.
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, let me take a sweet spot and the scene. No, thank you, Chairperson, and all protocols observed to members of the National Assembly, noting also the Chairperson of C20 South Africa, who's present, Comrade Thulani Chefuta. Without much ado, Chair, we had said we will share our slides, but I think it is best that I speak from them rather than having them shared. So as C20, we have been at work, hard work, in terms of catching up. We started late because there were challenges due to structural and leadership issues that affected this engagement group, which started in 2024 in December, until they were resolved through the mediation by the G20 Sherpa. The problem was that civil society had two groupings that were taking on this particular responsibility, and the mediation was to bring the two together. That took time from ourselves up until May. But once the process was finalized in May, through the intervention by the G20 Sherpa, which we would like to sincerely thank them for. Of course, not everybody is happy with the outcome, but the outcome was that you have yourself to blame if you are not in the table. You must work together. And those of us who were part of that engagement decided that in the interest of South Africa, working together is the only option that we have. So we have moved with speed between the 22nd to the 24th of June, 2025, with the legitimated designated structure of C20 led by Mr. Chefuta as chairperson, and myself, Mapalani Mfundisi as a Sherpa. We hosted the midterm policy meeting to provide a framework for the working groups because work needed to start. And we had over 200 civil society representatives from South Africa, Africa, and internationally, and we had over 300 representatives who participated in that process. It was a seminal moment for us because it laid the groundwork for work that needed to be done going forward. Immediately after that, we attended the G20 third Sherpa meeting where the chairperson Thulane presented on the outcomes of our midterm policy meeting. Further to that, we started work. As I said, we were late. Was the 25th of July. So we had draft 1. The 25th of August, we have now draft 2. And today in the evening, through our steering committee, we'll be dotting the I's and crossing the T's on the second draft, which is really our spear into the next battle that we will be having, which is to get people to understand, but also to get leaders of the G20 countries to take lead from it, because we would want to see the articulation, including the things that we have presented. I'll not go into those, but just the framework of how we're packaging them together. We'll have a final draft and a communique on our meeting, which will happen on the 1st to the 3rd of October, where we'll be finalizing on the work that we have worked on. We have the leadership structures of C20, as you've indicated, that we started late, but there was work behind the scenes. So we have an apex leadership, which is chaired by Thulane, and its responsibility to provide the oversight of the day-to-day functions of C20, to develop the policy pack and the policy from the policy briefs, and also to manage relations with various stakeholders. The apex leadership has now announced the International Advisory Committee, which is made up of civil society leaders from India, from various countries that we have that are part and parcel of our process. Whose role is to provide advice and guidance to the apex leadership on the most important thing that we are doing, which is the policy briefs and the policy packs. This apex leadership is made up of South African civil society leaders that come from the Network Committee constituency, where Comrade Thulane is the committee constituency overall convener. From SANAC Civil Society Forum, SANCO, the civics are there. Persons with disability, they are there and they are part of the leadership. LGBTQI stakeholders, part of the leadership. Traditional health practitioners are part of the leadership. And community-based organizations, including the one that I come from, Show Me Your Number, were part and parcel of this process. The apex leadership has also made provision for what we call knowledge partners. And these are people with editorial and technical skills that will look at our policy packs and help us to package our policy brief to be what we want it to be. They will not undermine the grassroots and collective approach towards the working groups. We have 14 of them. divided into 6 clusters, but they will provide high-level inputs. Some of them includes Professor Spamandla Zondi, who is in the T20, but is also part and parcel of our working groups and has agreed on this particular role. Others are international-based individuals in civil society. They will make sure that that which we are saying actually makes global sense, but it's also local in terms of South Africa and is linked to Agenda 2063 of the African Union. We also have a steering committee. All the heads of the working groups constitute the steering committee. The steering committee heads are the lead people. We have 3, a person from a South African organization, from an African organization, and Africa will mean working outside of South Africa and at the global level. So we were deliberate to ensure that our working groups are constituted by the broadness of civil society from the different areas. They form the steering committee and they're responsible for the development of the policy briefs and ultimately what will inform our policy pack with the guidance and support of the knowledge partners. We have a secretariat based at Show Me Your Number, headed by Comrade Nhlanhla Ndlovu, that is responsible for administrative support, policy, content support, media and communications, and logistics support. Just briefly, we have 6 clusters, and those 6 clusters, 2 of each are linked to the theme of the G20. On the solidarity theme, we have a cluster that deals with the finance cluster, and it is made up of the working group on trade, financial architecture, and sustainable development. The second cluster under the solidarity theme deals with global governance, and it has 2 working groups. Working group 1 there is people-to-people interaction and solidarity, and the second one is on democratic governance and civil space, anti-corruption and access to justice working group. Under the theme of equality, we have also 2 clusters. Cluster on food and poverty, which has a working group on poverty alleviation and food sustainability. And the second cluster is on transformative imperatives that has 4 working groups under it: Women and Gender Equity Working Group, Cultural Diversity Recognition and Embracement Working Group, Sustainable and Resilient Communities and Disaster Reduction Working Group, and lastly, Tourism Working Group. The last third theme on sustainability, under that we have 2 clusters. The first cluster is on human capital development, and it deals with working groups on quality education for future sustainability, employment opportunities and retention, equitable health for all, and then lastly, science, research and innovation. And the last cluster under sustainability is on just transitions and innovations, and it has 2 working groups on digital and inclusive economies, and energy just transition, environment and climate sustainability. We have taken this approach so that the inputs that we are making are linked to the themes of the G20, so that we are also able to participate in the G20 working groups and make inputs. The ship sailed before we were organized, but we have caught up, and we are happy that we are able to be provided with space to input whilst we retain our independence as civil society. In terms of engagement, to socialize the mandate, we have done a number of things. We have had media briefings, 2 of them up to now. The first one was linked to our midterm meeting, which took place on the 2nd of July. We presented the outcomes from our midterm policy meeting. The second briefing took place on the 20th of August, where we're presenting the policy briefs, a summary based on the work that the working groups are working on. We are working closely with GCIS. We are not captured by government, but we are using a platform that already exists, which is a media platform. The content is purely and primarily our own. And we're emphasizing this because sometimes people take a view that when you walk and work with government, you are captured. No, it's our government, but we are civil society and we are independent, and we bring in our content. The platform is there. our mandate is very short-lived. We don't have to recreate what is already existing. We'll have briefing number 3 in September, which will talk about the second draft of our policy briefs, and we'll have the 4th one in October that will happen after our end-term policy finalization meeting to indicate what the outcome from it will be, which is the C20 communique and the declaration that we will be taking to various communities. We take note that the working groups are limited and limiting, and therefore other voices needs to be brought on board, at least at the level of ensuring that that which people have said is what we want. It must be noted that we have over 2,400 civil society organizations in our database that are participating in the 14 working groups. So in this regard, we'll have socialization of the policy briefs through webinars. Our steering committee members will host these webinars after our meeting taking place this evening. We'll also have seminars, we'll have opinion editorials, and we'll also have engagement at the UN General Assembly as part of engagement on the policy briefs that we have. This will take place between the 3rd of September up to the 30th of September. We'll also have provincial engagements to socialize the policy briefs, which are planned to take place in October. We're engaging with various provincial government, provincial departments to ensure that as we do this, they are also an enabler for us to be able to achieve what we need to do. Because these things also cost money, money we don't have, money we believe that the investment can enable us to amplify the voice of the people through this engagement. What are the steps towards the end for us? And this is our last slide, Chair. Our C20 South Africa mandate will end at the G20 Leaders Summit. We're expecting that our chair will be provided with a platform to outline a concise report on the work that we would have done and the asks based on our policy pack. Prior to that, the following will be delivered from our end. One is to participate in the shaping of the G20 Social Summit. Mayor Baloyi has spoken about this. We're one of the engagement groups that has been consulted, and we have come to the party that we're in full support of the G20 Social Summit. We're active participants, we're contributors, and we will have notes at the G20 meeting in terms of what civil society is bringing to the table. We will also have, number 2, a symposium to engage with African civil society on the policy pack. The meeting will take place in October at a date we will communicate. We'll also have our end-term policy finalization meeting, which will take place the 1st to the 3rd of October. We'll also have a roundtable with other engagement groups. I think our colleagues, Prof, have spoken about the need for the engagement groups to compare notes. So looking at that particular one taking place in October when we are done with our processes. Within C20, we have other components that have come to the party. They are not recognized engagement groups, but they have come to us to say, this is what we would want to do. Amongst those, there will be the Immigration 20 Summit, which will take place in October 9 and 10. We're also going to have a Disability Summit. For colleagues from the Disability Summit who wanted to have the engagement group on disability recognized, it wasn't, but they are part of the Apex leadership. They are part and parcel of the working groups of C20. They are meaningfully engaged, and they will have a summit in November that we will work together with them, which they will lead. And then we have the LGBTQAI Summit. Will also be happening in November. These are the pre-summits leading to the main C20 summit, which will be on the 12th to the 14th of November. And lastly, we have indicated that we will be participating in shaping and being on the table of engagement in terms of the G20 Social Summit planned for the 18th to the 20th, led by the presidency and DERCO, with participation of the engagement groups. That includes ourselves. So we are equal to the task, Chair, but in order to ensure that we have the C20 work also popularized, there are 2 platforms that we have. One is the people-to-people soccer match planned for the 16th of November. We will announce once the teams are finalized, a South African Premier Soccer League team, as well as a team from one of the African countries. They will play a match. And that match will be used as our communication platform to articulate the issues that we would have presented through our policy briefs. Together with the South African Music Week organizers, we're also going to be having a music activity which will be integrated in their music week that will take place towards the end of November. And that music week will also be, that music event will be used to popularize this, the work that we would have done to people that ordinarily would not be participating in working groups and things like that. And lastly, we work with your former member of the National Assembly, Professor Matole Motshekga, is part of the team through Kara Heritage Institute, and there are cultural activities that he is busy organizing, which once they are finalized, we will be communicating. So with that, Chair, we want to ensure that C20 work does indeed represents the will of the people, the proposals to the leadership, for them to integrate in the pronouncements that they will be making, policy changes that will come, that will make this world a better world for all of us. We thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nkgonne re leboga go menagane. Thank you very much. We are now going to go to the B20, which is business, Dr. Anthony Costa and Mr. Kovadia. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be presenting, and Anthony will just fight the presentation. And thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair. And I'm going to run through the presentation and hopefully also answer the 3 questions that your committee has raised, which is what the engagement group is about, and that will be the first couple of slides. And what has the B20 done thus far, and what our plans are going forward. That will be a couple of slides, and then I'll just talk to the update on efforts to have broad-based participation. Next slide, Anthony. The B20 overview. The B20 is the official G20 dialogue forum for the global business community. We develop recommendations to the G20, which we will hand over on the 4th of September, this Thursday, to the presidency, to Minister Lamola. We'll be hosting approximately 2,000 guests at our summit from the 18th to the 20th of November, and the Business Unity South Africa as the host. Our theme is inclusive growth and prosperity through global cooperation. We believe inclusive growth is critical, prosperity through growth is critical, and given the geopolitics currently, global cooperation is critical. We have 4 key pillars. 1 is to unlock inclusive growth, 2 is to invest in human capital, and to drive industry reforms to build resiliency and to strengthen the role and involvement of women and SMEs. Next slide. What we set out to achieve. First, we put Africa at the center of the agenda. We've done our best to promote the continent through everything we're doing. It serves as a platform for deeper global cooperation, which we're fostering through our various task forces and involvement in various events. We want to showcase Africa's opportunity on a global stage and foster partnerships to address shared challenges. From G20 and B20, we shape growth-focused recommendations to the G20, enable strong governance structures to help to better align decision-making. For South Africa, it enables access to sources of investment on a global scale, amplifies investable opportunities here in South Africa, and for businesses, it fosters opportunities to forge local and global partnerships and delivers well-crafted solutions. Next slide. Our progress to date on media, we've had significant media coverage. I'm not going to go through all of that, but the committee and chair, you can see the significant amount of media coverage we've generated. We've had 30+ meetings with business, government, and associations, from the Financing for Development Forum to BRICS Business Forum to B20 IOE donor dialogues to G20 labor and employment minister meetings, as well as meetings on the sideline of the finance ministerial, and we'll be having meetings on the sidelines of the education ministerial as well very soon. We've had 60+ events and meetings for the various task forces, and approximately 30 proposals received for legacy initiatives. The B20 has legacy initiatives, and we've received approximately 30, and hopefully we will, those that meet the criteria, we will consider for legacy initiatives going forward. Task forces, we've accumulated about 1,400 C-suite business leaders in 8 task forces. All the task forces have submitted their final documents, and we've had plus minus 30 task forces during the task force meeting during the course of the year. We're planning for the B20 Summit that's commenced, and we're handing over, as I said, to the presidency on the 4th of September, in a couple of days' time. Task forces papers have been printed for the presidency. Digital publication is in progress, and we've started developing our final communique, which will be delivered at our summit from the 18th to the 20th of November. Engagement, we've had lots of engagement with G20 structures, and we're planning more global forums that we've attended. We attended TICAD 9, we attended the FFD 4, we attended the BRICS Business Council in Brazil, and upcoming meetings are, we'll be doing stuff on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, the Financial Times Annual Summit in London, and a few others. And the process to review the legacy initiative, as I said, has started. Next slide. We have 8 task forces chaired by CEOs from South Africa and Africa. We've set out to achieve a 50-50 gender balance, which we have done. As you can see, Busi Mabuza chairs the trade and investment, Paul Henretti, employment and education, Daniel Minele, energy mix, Futi Makhaniela Dabengwa on digital transformation, Sim Shabalala on finance and infrastructure, Rueda Redfern on integrity and compliance, Deborah Malowa, the head of BEIA in Africa, based in Kenya, on sustainable food systems and agriculture, and Andrew Kirby on industrial transformation. As I said, we on track to present our recommendations to the presidency in 2 days' time. We'll be using September and October to advocate for our recommendations with our government and other G20 governments, and do that through what we have, a local business advisory council in South Africa. They will help to advocate, and an international business advisory caucus, which will help to advocate in other countries. The local business advisory council is made up of critical CEOs in South Africa. You can see those in front of you. I'm not going to go through all of them, but they are our local go-to point for advice and guidance, and they will help us advocate locally. The International Business Advisory Caucus are global CEOs as well as past chairs of B20s. And again, I'm not going to go through all of them, but we will activate those to actually help us advocate internationally. Next slide. So we've got 5 strategic themes and 3 enabling themes. So the 5 strategic themes, and these will all come out in the documents we'll present to the presidency of the G20, to drive food security through stronger agricultural value chains, to build sustainable and climate responsive economic systems, to empower Africa's digital and skills transformation, to unlock Africa's industrialization in the critical minerals value chain, and to power infrastructure and industry through capital access. The enablers are to foster business resilience and market stability, to unlock investment and growth through well-designed public-private partnerships, and to build competitive markets by empowering women, upgrading SMEs, and championing safe, healthy workforces. Just on women and SMEs, Chair, we took the decision that we will hard code the role of women and SMEs in each of the task forces. So each of the task forces in the areas that they have been debating and working on have debated and will have worked on how women will be empowered in those areas and SMEs will be empowered in those areas. And that comes out in the policy document that we prepared. Next slide. This is just task forces have developed and will deliver B20 papers outlining technical recommendations. Papers are outline the B20 recommendations and actions. We've identified actions and implementation that needs to be done. The recommendations have global relevance, the importance to business and the G20 agenda. They are concise around 3 clear B20 recommendations per task force. Actionable, they include B20 actions which describe how recommendations can be implemented, and they are measurable. We have KPIs for each recommendation, and we want to track those for impact. Plus minus 30 technical recommendations have been prepared to unlock growth. Those are in front of you. Recommendations are the digital transformation, which include digital infrastructure, digital energy and others, energy mix and just transition, transition finance, green skills, finance and infrastructure, finance for infrastructure projects, easing access to capital, industrial transformation and innovation, collaborative strategy and R&D, value chain capabilities, then on integrity, technology, how we manage technology with integrity, climate finance issues, sustainable food systems, supply chain resilience, climate resilience, food security, integrated planning, trade and investment, global trade stability, new trade deal for Africa and others, employment and education, early childhood development, platform economy, lifelong learning and others. So those are the sorts of recommendations that will be coming out of our task forces. Next slide. So we are continuing to engage G20 groups on emerging priorities on the 17th of September on resilient food systems across Africa, harnessing research and innovation on the 23rd of September and through to October. Task forces are the relevant task forces in each of those are those listed there and where those interactions are happening. Next slide. We will meet at the B20 Summit, 18th to the 20th of November at the Sandton Convention Center. Invitations have started going out. This is just an indicative agenda and program for the summit. Next slide. I think that's it, if I'm not mistaken. Anthony. Chair, thank you very much. So I hope we've sort of indicated what the engagement group is about. We've indicated what we've done so far and what the plans are. And as far as effort for broad-based representation, we just need to say we represent not South Africa, but we represent the B20 business community through the G20 groups. Women and SMEs have been hard-coded into each of the task forces, and we've had close interaction with W20, Y20, and M20, and working closely with those. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kovadia. Yes, you are right. Some people sometimes think that what we do, what we talk about, what we recommend, it's about South Africa, when it's actually about the African continent, and all of us under the leadership of the president have always emphasized that we are just a venue for the G20. This is the part of the African agenda. So thanks very much for that presentation. Ndate Matthew Parks, over to you.
Good morning, Chair, morning, members and colleagues. Not sure if I have hosting rights, but it's fine. I can just speak to our presentation otherwise.
You'll be able to share now. Just try quickly.
No problem, Comrade Matthew.
Sure. Okay, I don't see it yet, but it's fine, Chair. I can just speak to it. I know you're under a bit of time pressure.
Yeah, it will join us along the way. There's no problem.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So look, Chair, I think, as organized labor, we're a little bit further down the road, and I think some of our other colleagues, we've had our not our G20, our L20 launch, Chair, in July in George. We've been working closely with the colleagues in the Ministers for Labour's Forum, the Employment Working Group. But I think, Chair, as organized labor, we view South Africa's hosting it this year as a chance really to push the Global South agenda, and specifically, to your earlier comments in the opening about a platform to raise working class interests. Chair, I think also want to see how do you really nudge the G20 broadly into a platform which lifts Global South concerns and champions their interests, and not just simply to be dominated by the Global North, and to look at some of the specific themes, inequality, poverty, job creation, sustainable development, etc. So for L20, Chair, it obviously includes South Africa's organized labor formation. That's as per the NEDLAC structures, which is the 4 federations. That's COSATU as the majority federation, FEDUSA, NACTU, and SAFTU. Those are the 4 federations. All 4 are included, but also includes our colleagues from other federations across the G20 member states, and also ITUC, which is the kind of the international trade union coordinating platform. Chair, I think, in terms of the focal areas, we think that Brazil has, laid a positive foundation last year around the issues of social inclusion, combating hunger and poverty, the issues of sustainable development, climate change, reforming global governance institutions, etc. And so we really want to build upon those progressive summits, including the one in India. We are engaging with our colleagues in the US trade union movement, the FLCIO, because obviously they will be hosting the event next year. And but of course, it's slightly uncharted territory, so to speak. But nonetheless, we are engaging. In fact, the US trade unions came down to our G20 launch in George in July. I don't think I need to go too much into the political economy, Chair, but I think we're all broadly on the same vantage point. But I think we do think there is some recent gains, in the past year or so, or a few summits. The AU's admission, the 3 South nations, India, Brazil, South Africa, have hosted it. And of course, Brazil's support for civil society, including labor and business participations in these processes. And that we think is a positive foundation, Chair, going forward. Chair, I think all members and colleagues would agree that we need to avoid the normal fly-in, fly-out type event, not just G20, all the international summits. We really need to see meaningful gains for the South. And again, Chair, we think it's quite useful that labor, civil society, business have been given space to really be almost in effect co-host with the government. I think, Chair, that speaks to South Africa's progressive political center, the kind of the social compact discourse of South Africa, etc. And I think for our side as Labour, we try to see how to use the space to develop concrete outcomes, which can really lead to improved living conditions for working class communities across the world, and also give you a yardstick to hold governments accountable. Chair, just in terms of some of our progress, so we've been actively engaging with our colleagues in government, in the Trade Union Federation since last year, led by the ITUC. We had intended events last year already in Brazil, just to kind of maintain that continuity, etc. And we've worked quite closely with the Employment Working Group, led by our Minister for Employment and Labour, also just to make sure the synergy, and we're able to kind of feed our discussions through to each other. Again, because I think we're largely on the same vantage point as a nation on it, albeit different points of emphasis. So I think, Chair, it's really for us to kind of say what are the issues for L20 and to lobby government, specifically through the Employment Working Group as well. We already had initial discussions last year, Chair, between our Minister of Labour, the ITUC, the Brazilian counterparts, etc. See again how we maintain the continuity of progressive interventions. And of course, Chair, I think it is positive work under progress, but still some work remaining to be done. So, Chair, we have 4 federations in South Africa through NEDLAC, as I mentioned, and COSATU, FEDUSA, NACTO, SAFTU. COSATU is the convener as the majority federation. But we have, at our L20 launch in George in July, we had over 100 organized labor delegates from across the G20 member states, including all 4 South African federations, but also including our colleagues from ITUC and also our colleagues from ITUC Africa as well. The launch went quite well, and it was timed and located the same time as Employment Working Group as well, the ministerial session, so that afterwards some of our colleagues could also participate in that session and help to feed through to the government engagements, the L20 engagements, because these are ministers of labor. And again, maintaining the continuity of Brazil and India. And Chair, also it's quite critical that we had the Vice President of the AFL-CIO, that's the American Trade Union Federation, being active in the events as well, because again, we really hope to maintain this momentum next to when the US hosts the G20, and hopefully that it continues even beyond that as well. But Chair, I think for us, it's really about a chance to help shape the global debate, more inclusive processes, more progressive decisions, helping to influence the G20 ministerial discussions, and of course, engaging the shippers, including at DERCO, about what are our key views, etc. And of course, we had, virtual events from February, engagements with our colleagues across the trade movement, across the G20 states, and of course, our L20 launch in July. Chair, I think we've supported the presidency's, led by the government's themes, sustainability, inclusion, and sustainability. I think those are progressive things which speak to working class communities across the member states, across South Africa. But we've also highlighted specific priorities from the L20 discussions from the trade movement, the issues of hunger and poverty, of debt and development, of inclusion, of a just transition, the issues of sustainable financing for development, how do you reform the international financial architecture, the issue of debt relief. In this era, Chair of trade turmoil, how do you strengthen multilateral institutions like the WTO, especially to protect emerging economies, the issue of digital transformation, making sure workers in vulnerable sectors are included, how to use the critical minerals to beneficiate, to create value chains, to create jobs, etc., to uplift the South. The theme, Chair, just getting towards the end, for L20 was about living and working in an unequal world, ensuring decent work, decent lives, and then having specific priorities of inclusive growth, youth development, gender equality in the workplace, addressing inequality, declining labor, income share, living standard implications. And of course, Chair, we've seen the rapid evolution of digitization, and what does that mean for the nature of work? You see many workers are now falling outside the labor market regime. The e-platform workers, how do you address that collectively? Because these are often multinational companies, e-platform companies like Uber, etc. So I think, Chair, we've had good engagement with government on these themes. We've done a lot of events. I don't need to get into the logistics too much, but it's been quite useful, robust discussion. And again, we've been able to constantly feed this through to our colleagues, led by our Minister for Employment and Labour, Meth, on this regard. Chair, I think just getting some of our specific focal points. Again, the workers' issue shouldn't be just a responsibility of the trade union movement or even an issue of interest to the business colleagues, but really should be mainstreamed within the overall discussion. So when the G20 Summit itself happens, we would love to see issues of decent work, of improving the lives of workers, working class communities, and really kind of integrating those issues from the L20. So that's the one fear, that will these things not fall off by the side? The issue of finance, development, climate change, etc. Chair, our L20 priorities, obviously global labor protections. You don't want to have a race to the bottom. You want to have uniform standards across the world, or minimum standards, decent work, a just transition, the challenge of e-platform work, social protection, economic resilience for fragile economies, reforming international financial institutions, the principles of a social compact, and gender justice as well. Chair, we did have quite detailed discussion because of the international trade challenges of the moment. How do we address that in a way which uplifts the global South in particular looking at Africa, how we try to advance the issues of the African continental free trade area and how to link that to other trade agreements and so forth. And again, the issue of youth and gender always an important issue. Chair, so I think going the way forward, we still will continue to work closely with the Labour Ministers group. We'll continue to work closely with ITUC for the summit itself, and we'll continue to engage with our colleagues in the US for when they take over the presidency from the Labour side. And I think we really want to see how we build upon these three Global South summits, from India to ourselves. And, Chair, also importantly, G20 shouldn't just be about people coming to visit South Africa, but about how we domesticate the progressive commitments that come out of it as a country, but as the South, as the Global North, etc. How do you try to take these campaigns to other critical platforms, be it the UN, be it the ILO, be it BRICS, the AU, etc. So, Chair, that's it in a nutshell. Let me stop there, Chair, and hopefully I didn't abuse your hospitality. Hopefully I stuck to the time frame, Chair. Thanks very much, members.
You did very well, Ndade Parks. There's no problem. You did very, very well. We will now allow the Y20, Kwahela Mweketsi. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I believe before me it was W20. I'm just making sure that I do not want to skip Professor Nania. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You are audible, Mweketsi.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm. I had sent in my slides for presentation. Lily, did you receive them?
Yeah, I can share.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Lily, and thank you, Chair, Honorable Mohamed Bello, and of course the SALO colleagues led by Razi, and the honorable members that are present here, and of course my fellow colleagues in the G20 engagement groups. My name is Moiketsi Kwahela, and I serve as the co-chair for the Y20 South Africa 2025, and we are essentially really the youth engagement group of the G20. Next slide, Lily. So, Honorable Chair and the colleagues who are present, I mean, I think for us as young people, thanks, Lily. As soon as it came to our attention that G20 will be coming to South Africa in terms of the Global South cycle, and of course when it came to our attention that the G20 will be adopting the themes around solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Chairperson, we organized ourselves as young people in the youth development space and also in civil society, but also we mobilized ourselves and really conscientized ourselves and really began what we then called last year in November a Y20 South Africa writing group, where we extensively did consultations with young people in civil society, but also young people in our communities, whether you are in suburbia, the inner city, informal settlements, wherever you are in this country. We reached out to our, networks in civil society, and really what we came up with in terms of Y20's work and really what's been driving our work thus far. We said we are going to be young people who are going to build bridges, and that, part of that will be uniting for solidarity, championing equality, but of course, driving sustainability, Honorable Mohamed Bello. And essentially for us, Chair and the colleagues on the platform, our work has been taking place through 5 thematic tracks or 5 thematic areas. The first one really has been on climate change and environmental sustainability. Essentially, what are those green horizons, and also what does it mean when we say we want to lead a just energy transition? And the second thematic area that has been leading our work in terms of the negotiations that started earlier in March, before our pre-summit and our main summit, has been on inclusive economic growth and employment again, what are those pathways to prosperity that we need to consider for young people, given that we know, again, in our country, if you follow the news, Stats SA would regularly release the quarter labor surveys. And again, it's us as young people who are making the loudest noise in those surveys. And the third thematic track, Chair, that has been informing our work has been on AI, digital innovation, education, and the future of work. Essentially, we've committed here to innovate, to elevate. Essentially, what are those key competency skills, Chair, that we need to build for tomorrow for our young people? But also, what are the ethical considerations of AI that young people must be aware of, given that we know that, yes, AI is here and it looks like it's here to stay, but also we know the ways in which, young people have used AI in unethical ways, particularly in our universities and so on, to allow that tool to do their work for them and so on. And really our fourth thematic track, Chairperson, has been on meaningful youth engagement and reforming multilateralism for a just future, right? Which is to say that our young people are hungry for opportunity. They also want to participate in these multilateral forums, such as your African unions, your multiple UN agencies, and so on. They also want to have a meaningful seat at the table where they're able to participate in not only policy making and policy, frameworks, but also its implementation as well. And the last thematic track, colleagues, that has been really informing our work as young people under the Y20 has been on inclusive social development and fighting inequality. And really here, Chairperson and the members on the platform, for us, we've been really quite committed as this Y20 South Africa 2025 that we want to leave no one behind. And later on, I will take the colleagues through, some of the work that we have done that again feeds back into society to make sure that we leave no one behind as it relates to young people, specifically as it comes to participating in this G20. And essentially for us, really, this is the ways in which we've been aligned with the broader G20 framework, particularly around how do we also meet the needs of the present, without compromising the ability of future generations coming really after us to meet their own needs. Because we're also young people, mindful of the fact that we won't be young forever. And part of what that has meant is that we also need to be quite mindful of, climate change and all those things and the ways in which, we are living now so that we make it better for the generation coming after us. But also what's been quite important for us is how do we also ensure fair treatment and equal opportunities for all individuals and nations as we, again, align with this, broader G20 thematics area. And the last one really has been on creating an inclusive future that has been really centered on our people. Next slide, Lily. Next slide. Thank you, Lily. And Chairperson, so last week between the 18th of 22 of August, young people across the G20 member states, about 400 delegates, including colleagues from the African continent, we converged in the city of Ekurhuleni. And essentially in the city of Ekurhuleni, can you go to the previous slide, Lily? And when we converged in the city of Ekurhuleni, that is where we had our main thanks, Lily. That is where we had our main summit. But before I get to the main summit, I think what would also be important is to note that much of our work, so as part of being committed to the principles of inclusivity, one of the things that we've been doing as Y20 is that we've been running, Chair, two parallel processes where there's the international negotiations that have been led by the South African delegates, 5 of them, who have been supported by South African track coaches who are facilitating those international engagements and negotiations with the G20 member states. But also there've been another parallel process we've been running in parallel to that has been the South African working groups. And that is where, given that every G20 presidency is allowed to pivot in the ways that it wants to pivot, we then started South African working groups. And essentially, when we would have released the call in January of this year for young people to apply to form part of the working groups, we received about plus minus 2.5 applications. And these applications not only came from South African young people, but they also came from, our young people in the African continent. As you can imagine that, South Africa's presidency is also seen to be Africa's G20. So our working groups, they've been led by the track coaches negotiating South Africa's posture and Africa's posture around our 5 thematic tracks. And essentially, in each of the working groups, we have plus minus 315 young people who are representing either themselves as individuals or are representing organizations that are part of civil society, and again that wider ecosystem of young people. That work again would have allowed us last year to then go to our pre-summit. We held our pre-summit somewhere in July, I believe. Yeah, the 18th and 19th of July, where basically it was, in essence, the pre-conference before our main summit, where some of our member states from the G20 member nations came. And that opportunity really allowed us as young people in the G20 member states to, clarify some of our areas of consensus, our areas of divergences, but also what are some of the cross-cutting themes that are coming out that we can, negotiate and lobby other thematic tracks within Y20 to say that, this is what we want as young people. And that work would have also informed what we then presented to the G20 third Sherpa meeting. And in essence, part of our call there around, the Y20 was the institutionalization of the Y20 through the Y20 Council, right? And in essence, we really there, urged and really our G20 member states and leaders to really endorse and institutionalize the Y20 in the form of the G20 Youth Council. And basically, this for us, we were seeing it as a permanent, mechanism to coordinate youth engagement across the G20 tracks, civil society, and national systems. And that call, Chairperson, was made in light of, the fact that Y20 is the oldest engagement group across all the engagement groups of the G20, plus minus 14 years in existence, plus minus 200 recommendations, and none of them have been implemented. And again, then we met last week, as I said, between the 18 and the 22 of August in the city of Ekurhuleni, where we really just brought together young representatives from across the G20 member states, but also we brought together plus minus 20 invited nations who served as observers in the negotiations. And really this opportunity, Chairperson, it allowed our delegates to really just engage in substantive dialogue across our 5 thematic tracks that I would have already mentioned. But also, while we did not reach consensus on a negotiated final Y20 communique, really the deliberations nonetheless underscored again for us the key orientations that reflect not only the aspirations of our youth globally, but also complement for us the priorities of our own presidency of the G20 in South Africa, particularly under the thematic areas of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Next slide, Lily. Thank you very much. And Chairperson, under the climate and environmental sustainability track, really our delegates here, they really called for urgent acceleration of climate ambition, particularly under the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, that is otherwise called UNFCCC, really just emphasizing a just transition framework grounded in equity and of course circular economy principles. But also, Chairperson, our delegates highlighted the importance of how do we scale up climate finance, right? How do we strengthen biodiversity protections? How do we safeguard our oceans, but also ensuring that critical minerals and new energy pathways benefit our local communities, particularly our youth in those communities in terms of employment. But also, these for us align with South Africa's priority to mobilize finance, not only for just energy transitions, but also ensuring that sustainable use of Africa's resource endowment. Next slide, Lily. Chairperson, with regards to inclusive economic growth and employment, again, those pathways to prosperity, our delegations across the G20 member states and the invited members observers really emphasize that really growth must be inclusive, decent work must be guaranteed, but also inequality must be reduced. But also our young people, Chairperson, really urged for reforms of the international finance architecture to address debt sustainability and the cost of capital, particularly in line with our own proposal as South Africa for a cost of capital commission. But also our young people here, Chairperson, and members who are present on this platform, they really stressed what is the importance of empowering our micro, small, and medium enterprises, particularly women, but also underserved entrepreneurs, but also while calling for fairer trade agreements and reforms not only at the IMF level, but also multilateral banks to expand our fiscal space for development. Next slide, Lily. Chairperson, with regards to our third thematic area that we went into those negotiations into, that were many hours, with regards to AI, digital innovation, and of course, skills development. For us, our young people, who were delegates, they talked about the transformative power of AI, right? But also we called for global regulatory frameworks that are rooted in ethics, in human rights, but also in accountability, given what I would have raised earlier on around the ethical considerations of AI. But also we urged, investment in bridging the digital divide, given that we know most of our young people, particularly those in townships and formal areas, but also in rural, remote areas across the G20 member states, Chairperson, are still experiencing the digital divide in this 21st century global world that we are navigating. But also, how do we upskill and reskill our young people, but also promoting youth mobility in all digital sectors? And really, these reflections directly complement South Africa's task force on AI, data governance, and of course innovation for sustainable development, including of course, Chairperson, the AI for Africa initiative. Next slide, Lily. Chairperson, with regards to our fourth thematic area that informed our negotiations at our main summit, despite the lack of a final Y20 communique, our delegations really here underscored the need to institutionalize youth participation at national and global levels, particularly aligned with the UN Pact for the Future. But also we called for reforms to multilateral institutions, including what does a broader representation for Africa and the global South look like, whilst reinforcing respect for sovereignty and of course peaceful resolution of disputes that occur in these multilateral organizations. But also we proposed for accountability mechanisms such as a Y20 Troika model that we advanced to strengthen continuity across the cycles of the G20. Next slide, Lily. On our last thematic track, colleagues and Chairperson, around inclusive social development and fighting inequality, and really what it means when we say we want to leave no one behind. Our delegation really here, we reaffirm the need to address structural inequalities by strengthening education, health systems, mental health services, and of course, gender equality. And really delegations also urged we need urgent action on gender-based violence, universal access to sexual reproductive health rights, and of course, equitable support for migrants and displaced persons in the G20 member states. But also, Chairperson, we called for and also particularly emphasized the imperative of intergenerational justice through fairer taxation, social protection, and of course, sustainable public finance, all resonating with South Africa's emphasis on tackling inequality as a systematic threat to global sustainability. Next slide, Lily. Next slide again. Chairperson, really in terms of our work, these are the young people who've been leading Y20, young people who really organized themselves, mobilized themselves, and really conscientized themselves to say that as young people, this G20 moment also cannot leave us and we must be actively involved. The chairperson is Raymond Matala from the South African BRICS Youth Association, led by myself as co-chair from the National Youth Coalition. And in terms of our co-secretariat chairperson, we said that let's be bold, let's be creative as young people, let's make it as inclusive as possible. And there it's led by Mohammed Kasim from Project Potential, which sits under the National Youth Coalition. And the one arm of that has been Denise Rapiti, a young person who serves as the COO of the Youth Chamber in Commerce and Industry. So in essence, young people, across young people in the business space, SME space. And then in terms of our Sherpa track chairperson, that has been led by Levi Singh from the SAT Regional Trust, young people doing phenomenal work in the sexual reproductive and health space. And then our Sue Sherpa has been led by Margaret Molefe from the South African BRICS Youth Association. Again, making sure that we balance, not only gender diversity, but also we include members of the LGBTQI+. Next slide, Lily. Thank you very much. Next slide, Lily. So colleagues, really in terms of our work of the Y20, and I just want to perhaps maybe speak to, for example, some of the work that we've been doing with the G20. So as part of taking Y20 to the people, chairperson, one of the things that we've done is that we've partnered up with partners like the South African Institute of International Affairs, some of the various engagement groups of the G20, like your B20 and C20 and W20, but also colleagues, the G20 Education Working Group led by the Department of Higher Education and Training, and we've been conducting what we call G20, Y20, basically, taking G20 and Y22 to the people. And so far, we've been to the University of the Northwest, the Potch campus and the Mafikeng campus, the University of Venda and Limpopo, Salt Lake University. 2 weeks ago, we were at Wits University. And last week, we were at University of Western Cape, and we are due to go to the University of Mpumalanga. And really for us, these road shows have allowed us to engage and take Y20 and also G20 chairperson by extension to the people, to young people, to engage in these policy-making decisions. And really, we've also been taking, as part of those G20 roadshows, we divide our young people into policy simulations where we also take in their inputs that also informs our work as Y20, but also, of course, as a lead up to our final Y20 communique that we want to present, of course, to the Leaders Summit in November, and of course, the G20 Social Summit. Next slide, Lily. Chairperson, as I wrap up, really, and again, I would have spoken into this. This is just our high-level calendar from when we inherited the work from our Brazilian colleagues who conducted a handover process to us last year in November, but also in January when they came into the country. And in essence, then, that would have seen us then moving into February and March, where we would have launched the expression of interest to be delegates, but also to form part of the South African working groups. And then, of course, our pre-summit and then our main summit, but also in between our G20, Y20 roadshows, where we use universities as venue sites, where we partner with our local partners and civil society to make sure that this Y20 South Africa 2025, it's not an exclusive space, but rather an inclusive space where young people, whether they know about the Y20 or not, we've made it our business as this Y20 South Africa leadership to make sure that they know about the Y20, they know about multilateral organizations, that they're also able to participate in policy participation and implementation and their frameworks as well as young people as well. Last slide, Lily. And that has really been much of our work, Chairperson, and I don't want to take too much of the time, but yeah, that has been really us as the Y20 South Africa 2025 and the work that we've been doing as this Y20, as the official youth engagement group of this Y20, and making sure that we are as inclusive as possible. Any other issues that I would not have covered, Chairperson, I'm hoping they will come out in the discussions part of today's colloquium, and I'll be able to address those. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Moeketsi. Thanks for that. Professor Mela, I deliberately jumped and changed the sequence. And I'm doing so because we are now in Heritage Month in South Africa. And our heritage is anchored on the role that women play in our society and generally globally. They carry a lot of weight on their shoulders. We just concluded the August month, celebrating the role of women here. So I wanted you to do a wrap up as our mother, as our sister, because we know what women go through. Families are carried by women. Companies are carried by women. The women in the cities, in the townships, in the small dorpies, in the villages, they carry the load. All the ravaging wars all over the world, when they happen, the mostly affected people will be women and children. When there's calamities like the one that has happened in Afghanistan yesterday, people who happen to suffer more there, who are vulnerable, is women and the children. In the workplaces, yes, workers are oppressed, but there will be more oppression and discrimination, including the subtle ones against women. So I deliberately decided, my sister, to make you the last presenter. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for pointing out what is really important to remember. And we've just, as you say, we've just gone through Heritage Month, and we're in Heritage Month. We've just gone through Women's Month, and also to put a little bit of context in terms of the fact that there is a global backlash against women that has been occurring in the geopolitical space. And so the role of Women 20 is, I believe, an important one for us to consider during this G20 presidency. Can you see my slides?
Yes, they are very visible, Prof.
Okay, thank you. So you all know about the G20, so I'm not going to go into that, but just to say that W20 works within the context of the G20 and our main primary themes, which are solidarity, equality, and sustainability. W20 at a glance, we're an official engagement group of the G20. So we're in the social track, and we focus on gender equality and women's economic empowerment and mainstream that into G20 processes. We are working on recommendations, which we will put into a communique and release at our summit for the leaders to take into consideration. We are guided by South Africa's themes, but also SDG 5 and Africa Agenda 2063. I'm happy to say that W20 is celebrating 10 years this year during our presidency. So we have a lot to celebrate in this regard. And our themes are Ubuntu, women in solidarity towards sustainable socioeconomic developments. In terms of our mission and priorities, as I've said, we are aligning with the G20 presidency. And most importantly, something that I have not emphasized yet, we wish to strengthen the voices of Africa and the Global South. What is relevant here is that we are the fourth Global South country in a row, and that's Indonesia, India, Brazil, and now South Africa. So we have taken guidance from our sisters in the Global South when dealing with our priority areas. So as South Africa, we did obviously guide the process, but we also took leadership from the previous countries of the W20 presidencies. So we have 6 thematic areas. The first one is entrepreneurship and financial inclusion of women. And that would include small, medium, and micro enterprises. The care economy, which is something that I believe has not received sufficient attention and that we need to really focus on in terms of our work going forward. Also, climate justice, the environment, and food security. Here we emphasize the just energy transition and women's role in food security. Our pandemic that we talk about, our second pandemic, gender-based violence, and also femicide. We look at health equity for women and girls, including sexual and reproductive rights, as well as education, STEM, and the digital divide. In particular, tech-facilitated violence against women. We also focus on persons with disabilities and, of course, the African agenda, and we have disability advisors. I'll not go through the processes. Just to explain, I am the head of delegation and co-chair of Women 20, and my co-chair is Dr. Sindiswa Mzamo, who's not able to join me today. So we have 6 task teams, each dealing with one of the themes that I've just pointed out. Yes?
Your slides are not showing, like, we're not going through the slides. We can still see the first slide.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I have this problem sometimes. If I can just go through the slides and then I'll send them to you to distribute, if you don't
Yes, but
mind.
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, great.
Prof.
So we have 6 task teams, and these task teams have been working. They meet every second week for the last 6 months, all working on these themes and recommendations related to these themes. And each of the task teams is chaired by a South African delegate and co-chaired by one of the delegates from W20. And we focused on the Global South in terms of the co-chairs. I think that we also, I need to emphasize that we have knowledge partners, organizations from across Africa. Sorry, I just want to, now I can't see my slides on the side. Oh, there we go. Okay. So as I've mentioned, we have these task teams working on the various themes. In terms of what we've done to date, we had a very successful W20 South Africa launch on the 26th of February. And I want to emphasize that all our events are hybrid, and we have delegates and guests from across the world, not only G20 countries. We were involved in the Convention on the Status of Women in New York in March of this year, and also had a W20 South Africa inception meeting from the 21st to the 22nd of May. And we had in-person participants from 9 African countries, including Angola as chair of the African Union. Our summit is from the 12th to the 14th of October in Johannesburg, and we're very much looking forward to having you with us. We're also going to be participating actively in Social 20. The Social 20 Summit, as you've heard, is something that is very high on the President's agenda. And then we will also hopefully be contributing something in terms of all the work that we're doing, which is evidence-based, contribute to the Leaders Summit on the 22nd and the 23rd of November. I'd also like to say that we collaborate actively with B20, with T20, with Y20, Oceans 20, Parliament 20, and G20 Empower Alliance. We have made a lot of progress with very few resources, I must say. And I also need to emphasize that all of our delegates are volunteers, so they all have other work that they need to focus on. But I think that we're all very passionate about what we're doing and what we need to do for women, by women. And we've been very fortunate in being able to work closely with the Women's Economic Empowerment Working Group that's led by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We remain independent, of course, but we work together to ensure that we amplify one another's voices where we are able to. We've been involved in a number of meetings, and we've also co-hosted a few meetings, including with WICONA, with Oceans 20, with G20 Empower. We're working on policy briefs, and Think 20 is helping us to peer review these policy briefs so that we ensure that they are solid evidence when it comes to giving them to the policymakers and our decision makers in November. On the 28th of August, we submitted to all the heads of delegation our 3rd draft of our communique. On the 12th of September, we will be negotiating the communique. It is consensus-based. So this is always sometimes, as you've seen with Y20, difficult if there are different ideologies. But I do want to emphasize that we have a very strong troika in terms of Brazil, South Africa, and the USA, and that our US delegates are very keen to take forward the work of South Africa including a legacy project on rural women, digital advancement, as well as food security. As I've mentioned, our summit is from the 12th to the 14th, and the theme of our summit is I Am Because You Are, Women Shaping a Just Future. We have a wonderful program that we are going to be presenting, and again, you are most welcome to attend. Please let me know if you're interested. And we have a number of knowledge partners, as I've mentioned, and just a few would be my own organization, the Human Sciences Research Council, UN Women, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, Tourism South Africa, the South African BRICS Youth Association, Wits University, Pathfinder International, Oxfam, the Global Alliance on Care, WomHub, and WomIng. So these are all very valuable partnerships that we've developed over time. And Chair, I don't want to waste time. I know we've been busy for quite a while. So that is where I will end, and I will make sure that I send the presentation for you to circulate afterwards.
Thank you very much, Prof. We say Malebongwe Gamalama Goskas.
Of course.
Yes, thank you very much for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have a confirmation of the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation who are here in the meeting today, and I just want to mention their names. It's Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo is from the EFF. We have Honorable Smith, who is from the Democratic Alliance. We have Honorable Chetty, who is from the Democratic Alliance. We are told that Honorable Chetty replaces a member of the DA who was part of this portfolio committee, Honorable Powell. So we welcome you, Honorable Chetty. I used to serve with Honorable Chetty in the tourism portfolio committee before, so you are welcome, Honorable Chetty. No, actually, you used to be here in international relations. Sorry, Honorable Chetty, but you are welcome. We have Honorable Datlas, who is from the MKP. We've got Honorable Moela, who is from the African National Congress. And we have Honorable Kumbacha, who is also from the African National Congress. We welcome you, honorable members. This is your project, your colloquium. So what we will now do, Lubabalo, we will allow the public who are on the platform here to engage with the presentation. And I will request that, Lubabalo, you become the one who will identify who has raised their hands, because some of them, the names are written in short here and so on. I will not be able to say, because the gadgets don't indicate the full name. As soon as we are done with members of the public, we will allow honorable members of the portfolio committee to raise whatever questions that they want to raise. If there is the media on this platform, we will also allow them to raise whatever issues that they want to raise. But before we do that, I don't know, Lubabalo, who is representing our traditional leaders. I wouldn't put myself in a position where our traditional leadership is going to raise hands. It's un-African to do so. So I will urge that you allow me to give a few minutes to whoever may be designated to lead the traditional leadership here today. I don't know whether it's the chair of the house or whoever is here on behalf of the traditional leadership to do so. There's a hand of Tandiwe Mfulo. I don't know whether it's to make an input or there is something untowards that we need to address before we give our traditional leadership just a few minutes to say their say here. Tandiwe?
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe I should first give the traditional and then, because I just want to make input. That's all.
Oh, sure. Okay, thank you very much. We call upon the leader of our traditional leadership, who is designated to lead the delegation here today, to say a few words. Lubabalo, are you able to relay the message? Okay, Lubabalo can hear me. We will come back when the traditional leadership is ready. We will then take Austandiwe. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation to all the people that presented. You know, we talk about global issues. And when you go globally, in other states, issues of disability are part. Here I'm listening, I'm sitting in different committees of this, W, whatever. But every time, it's like we forget that disability exists. We don't talk about, we don't even have proper support for issues of disability. I'm looking at youth, they are presenting the Y20, the C20, the W20. Where's the D20, meaning the disability? I don't see them presenting here. And also when we talk about we are inclusive, I want us to change how we do things, because people in rural areas don't know what's happening. People in township, they don't know what's happening. How do we make sure that we reach everybody? I know it's an international thing, including international. Like for an example, I'm serving at Commonwealth Disability Forum. I believe that because they are at international, they were supposed to be, or International Disability Forum also, part of this, so that we can make sure that it's inclusive, because it's not only about us as South Africa, but it's about the whole world. But the whole world, reality is disability issue, they are there and they're also not there. If we can try to be inclusive and say, if it's a woman issues in the leadership of that woman, the W20, who is representing, who is at the leadership? Because we'll be calling ourselves to say there's professors, there's whoever. Can we have someone who represents disability from women's side? We don't have to be segregated as women. When it's about youth, can we have the same thing? So that there's no segregation, because now every time it's about us, we're being segregated, whether you are a woman, you are a man, you are a youth, that's segregation. So maybe if we can look at that, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
We've got Gugu. It's written as Gugu King. Over to you, Gugu.
Good day, Chairperson. Good day, everyone, colleagues and other members of society. It's Gugu King, but my surname is Nkosi. I just wanted to rebut on what Umama has just said. I am a member of an organization that prioritizes South Africans, but I'm also living with a disability. So I just wanted to know that at this late stage, with the community obviously being so largely ignored, how does one ensure that they join, and how does one also ensure that we get something going, if there has to be virtual meetings or if there isn't a proper structure that is already in place, how does one make sure that that is set up? Because I'm more than willing to obviously provide my time, and I am in touch with a lot of people from the community of people that are disabled, the blind, the deaf, people in wheelchairs like myself. So I just wanted to volunteer. I'm not seeing how exactly I can join via the chat. So I just wanted to ask, how do I do that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Memangosi. Does Pat Horn?
Good morning, Chairperson and everybody present. My name is Pat Horn. I'm from Durban. I work for the organization Women in Informal Employment, Globalizing and Organizing. And we work with, in fact, we work internationally. I personally am working in South Africa. And we work with different sectors of the informal economy. That's like informal traders, waste pickers, informal transport workers, informal agricultural workers, etc. Maybe a constituency that sometimes falls a little bit in between the cracks because it's not well represented by formal labor. But nevertheless, it's quite well organized in many countries. So I think that, we think that we're interested very much in the opportunity that has been presented to South Africa for leading from a global South perspective, and more particularly an African perspective, being the only member state outside of the African Union that is from Africa. And we do believe that in that we would like to also contribute to that perspective because of the fact that to recognize what is in the informal economy and to have maybe more, I would say, recognition within the communiques on how to work with the people who are in the informal economy. It hasn't been easy to understand how the engagement groups, and hence we would like to thank very much, Chair, yourself and your portfolio committee together with SALO for having put this discussion together. It's been extremely informative, helping us to see what the different spaces are and which we'll have to apply our minds to. I was encouraged to hear the second speaker who talked about the social summit and the fact that the Salome Baloyi, and the fact that she talked about the fact that there was some recognition that maybe the 13 engagement groups are not covering all the voices. Maybe ours fits there somewhere. So we are very interested to participate in that and to hear more about how we can then indicate our interest in engaging, and then go through the. Obviously, it's very chaotic if everybody just wants to shout out all at once. So we're more than willing to participate in the processes that are there, because so far, I think, as I say, we've been falling through the cracks. But I hope that we'll be able to work together with whichever engagement spaces are still open in order to be able to put forward some content for the communiques which are to go to the G20 heads of state meeting in November. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Sister Pat. There's Commissioner Soares. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Over to you.
Hi, good day, everybody. My name is High Commissioner Soares. I'm the representative of the Kwe is Indigenous people of South Africa. Currently, we know that we are sitting with the dilemma in South Africa where the Indigenous people, especially the first Indigenous people is the Khoi and the San, I will say there is a negotiation or currently on the table of government. But as we know, we in our more than 30 years of democracy. So the concerns that we have is the Khoi and the San communities, especially my representation as the ambassador of the San, is to protect the customs, the customs, the protocols, and the cultural affairs of the San communities. So we are currently having also, and that is what government departments don't understand, but in our communities, we have elderly people, we have women, we have youth, we have people with disabilities, we have religious people, we have SMMEs, that is business people, we have NGOs, we have young people, that is early child development people. And these communities are facing very harsh and difficulties in our communities, especially in the Eastern Cape and very much in the Northern Cape, and then in the Limpopo, in the Northwest, and then here in the Western Cape. We also are not being recognized as communities because we are seen as the people, as the westernized communities that we're living currently in. But I'm taking this platform today that I've been invited to, and we have been excluded out of all the 20 structures of the G20. We've not been engaged by any department, and I personally have a paper trail that I can show that I've been engaged with all departments in connection with the Y20, W20, the NGO department, the C20, the T20, and the business department. And we have not been come back to say how we can be included in the summits and the conferences that was put out so we can have that opportunity to sit by the table to represent ourselves and our voices be heard. So I hope that on today, seeing that is the Department of International Relations, that this department can take note that yet we are not a community only as the Khoi San community. We're not only in South Africa, but we are outside the borders of South Africa, like Angola, Botswana, Namibia, until Kenya, and Zimbabwe. That is all countries that our community is still there. In that countries, they're preserving their culture, they're preserving their language, and they're preserving their indigenous rights. But here in South Africa, we is the Khoi, the Khun, the San, the Kam, we are not giving that opportunity to preserve our culture, our language, and the place that we can call home. And I hope that we as a country, is our national the coat of arms. In the coat of arms, it says Ke Ikara, Ke people in unity and diverse people that is coming to in unity. But we're not living out that coat of arms precisely that words. And please, I would like to plead to all today that we are not so different. We are not so different, but the country is a country. We must respect each and everyone's position. And in government, we all must fight together as we fight it in the time of the apartheid. We are in a democracy over 30 years. We fought almost 35 years ago, more than 30, from the 1915s, the 1500s, we fought for our rights. But now we've after the year of the apartheid, in the more than 32 years of democracy, it is time for other all nationalities in South Africa to also fight for the first indigenous people's rights, because we're not so different. Because at the moment, our communities is lacking with a social and economical sustainability, empowerment, upliftment, and growth. Because if you look in certain communities, it is very harsh circumstances. So thank you very much for the platform. And I do hope that all departments that is part of the 20 of the G20 structures, take note and do include us in all discussions, because we are South African citizens. We are not outside boundaries, so please include us from now on. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. We'll come back to that matter before we close. We now take Vuyani Majola.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vuyani Majola from the Eastern Cape, and I work for the program called Jumpstart, which is Mr. Price Foundation initiative empowering young people with retail skills. My question is directed to Muketsi. Great presentation once again, Muketsi, but I would like to know which universities that you work with here in the Eastern Cape, because I think this is a great partnership, because most of these young people, I mean, as you know, that our province is mostly rural. So after finishing their studies, they go back to the rural areas. So if they can really access some of your programs, you know, going back to these urban areas, you know, we can tap into those universities during holidays to use the facilities that they have, so that these people, they can access the programs that I've just mentioned, such as Jumpstart and the other private sectors that are willing to empower young people with the skills in order for them to be employable. So please, can you just emphasize in terms of also partnering with you guys, how do we go about with that? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vuyani. I now see the name of somebody I have not seen for many, many years or heard from, and I'm happy to see your name here. Meg Grace Pampiri Botman, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity given for me to participate here. Chair, I think I will talk in relation to the presidency of the country in the G20, and would want to say that is a very good move, but also positive in terms of us having to have an input in terms of the policy change that may occur or need to be changed. But Chair, at the same time, one would say that on itself has an impact on us, both positively and negatively. The positive one will be that we will be able to participate and air our views in the international platform and be able to change certain policies that has been nagging with us for some time. And the second one would be the negative part, which would say our leadership or our governance is now overstretched, because it has to now focus on many aspects of the world, the continent, and the country itself, which would then have a negative impact in the society or the grassroots. So as a result of that, I think we need to say, what are the mechanisms that we can put in place to ensure that by the time we do away with that particular position, we are able to say we benefited from that. At the same time, we haven't lost the people of this country. We haven't actually had a negative impact that may result in the nation now derailing in terms of achieving what we were envisaged to achieve by this particular governance that we have at the current moment. So there are certain institutions, if you listen quite well right now, most of the institutions feel that they need to be part, but because they participate as public, that would be fine. But in terms of ensuring that they push the mandate that they had to do as the organizations that are on the grassroots, and be able to be supported and assisted by its own governance, then it becomes there is a little bit of a gap there, which we need to organize and agree on in terms of saying what would be the best way forward to ensure that as we grow upward the floor is not being left behind unattended, and at the end of the day, backfires to the entire nation at the end of the day. And I would therefore suggest, Chair, that we continue with this kind of discussions, but maybe all of us that are here will be able to engage with our institutions at the grassroots level, be able to cascade the messages and the importance of this particular achievement that we have gained as a country, and be able to build on that to better our lives for the continent, for the country, and the world. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, House Grace, and good to hear from you. We'll now take Alex Msichana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Msichana. I am from the G20 initiative. I just wanted to follow up on the comment made by our colleague Tandiwe regarding disability inclusion in the G20 process. And just to state that as the G20, we've been hard at work since we were in Brazil last year. We came back home in November and we started mobilizing the disability sector so that we can form the G20 initiative and participate in the general G20 process. We have had many engagements. We came together and we are busy with engagements where we have formed working streams where we are discussing policy briefs that we want to hand over to the G20 as the disability sector. We've had all these engagements since April, and until now we are continuing with the engagements and we're putting together our policy briefs. We've also feeded and collaborated with the C20 so that we can ensure that disability inclusion also reflects in the policy briefs of the C20. We are now preparing for our conference in November, where we want to consolidate all the inputs and bring all the inputs that have been discussed thus far, and also be able to compile our policy packs and provide those onto the G20. But our biggest challenge is that we have received no support at all from government. We've reached out to DIRCO, we've reached out to the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, and all our communique is not responded to. We are pleading for support because we've been doing all this work on our own as the disability sector, discussing with all of these issues and putting together our policy briefs. Now we want support so that we can have this conference, and also want government involved in our conference in November, because that is where we are going to present our policy packs and the discussions that we've been having throughout the year. So we're pleading for DIRCO to please respond to our correspondence and get in touch with us so that we can brief them about what we've been doing, that we can present the work that we've been doing so far. We have structures in place that we have put together, and we want to present this work and get the support from DIRCO. Also, our plea for the G20 to be recognized as an official engagement group of the G20 process. So we're pleading for the support and pleading that they give us the opportunity to come to them and present to them and speak to them about this G20 initiative. That is our plea, Chair, because all the work has been done, but we need support for the conference. We need support for the recognition of the G20 initiative. Thank you so much for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. I think DIRCO people are here, and I hope you are taking note of this matter, DIRCO people. But also, my sister, the portfolio committee is here in totality. I'm here with the rest of the other members. We are going to try and locate you. I hope you can send your contacts somewhere, because as the portfolio committee, DIRCO accounts to us. And if you say you have been talking to DIRCO and DIRCO has not responded to you, have not clarified why they are not coming back to you and so on, that matter we will take up today. And the night will not come without us having raised that matter with DIRCO. That one I can assure you will come back to you before dinner today, as far as this matter of reaching DIRCO is concerned. It looks like we don't have other speakers here. Lubabalo, did we locate anyone from the traditional leadership?
Unfortunately, not as yet, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson.
All right, let's proceed then. Let's proceed. The media, is there any one of you who wants to raise anything? Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will now give over to you. I'll take you in the sequence in which I introduced you to. Oh, there's a latent hand here. I can't
Honorable
see.
Chairperson, there are chat commentary in this platform. They have not been read.
Oh, okay. Are you responsible for the chats?
I believe Lubabalo is Honorable Chairperson, or I can ask Lily to intervene.
Lubabalo, the chats, can you read them out to the rest of us? There is a hand of is it Lwazi? Okay, it's down
Legacy
now.
hand. Yeah.
Okay, Lubabalo. If it's not Lubabalo, can we have somebody telling us about the chats?
Lily, could you please?
Lily? And in the
Sure,
meantime,
let me read the ones that are.
Lily, before you present, especially my sister who just spoke earlier about DERCO, Alex, the email address, please, that you need to send that matter about DERCO to will be sent to you, because if I read it now, you may not capture it correctly. But please, our office will try and get hold of you. The number that we can all take is 083 709 8508. 083 709 8508. And you can speak to Lubabalo. Lubabalo is the administrator of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations, so that we can deal with these matters expeditiously. Okay, can we go back to the messages?
Okay, so I'll just read the ones that are questions, I think. Sorry, I'm just gonna scroll up to make sure I don't miss anything. Okay, here's one. Good morning. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm Busisiwe Tabiso Sibizo, PhD in political science and IR candidate. First, thank you all for the amazing presentations. I have a few questions. Given that South Africa's G20 presidency is limited to 1 year, what mechanisms are in place to ensure that the initiatives and commitments made across various working groups remain reliable, effective, and institutionally embedded beyond 2025? How can the Y20 process be made more inclusive and accessible to youth from underrepresented communities, such as those in small townships, who may not be aware of the G20 or its youth engagement platforms? What strategies exist to simplify the language and broaden outreach? What are the long-term and measurable benefits of G20 and Y20 engagement for youth, particularly in terms of employment opportunities and for women, the W20, especially regarding gender-based violence prevention and response? Which G20 working group or affiliate platform is responsible for? Then another question is, which G20 working group or affiliated
My
platform is
sister?
responsible for?
Sorry to interject you. Sorry, ne? I'm very sorry. Can you read a bit
No
slow?
worries.
Yes.
Go slower. Okay, sure.
Just reduce the pace a bit.
Which G20 working group or affiliated platform is responsible for addressing children's concerns, and how are child protection and development integrated into broader policy discussions? Then another one, rural youths affected mining communities who hardly don't understand what is the just energy transition. We only use universities as meeting points or venue sites. So for every province we went, sorry, I'm reading this I think it's like a conversation. Let me just get this right. Okay, sorry, that was the end of the one. It was rural youths don't understand what is a just energy transition. And then someone else is asking, what about the rural areas that are not at universities? What about people that are in townships? And then somebody else said, there's a lot that's been left out. How I wish all provinces are included and they work together with the district as per the province. The participation of young people at the Y20 Summit was limited as most of them were frustrated because there was no communication after they registered. Surprisingly, after the summit ended, they received an email written, Y20 Summit attendee. I felt so disappointed, honestly. Please next time ensure that all the 9 provinces are represented and work together with the Office of the Premier, and they will work with the municipality because we have forums of the 18 sectors that will ensure that no province is left behind. From Caroline Themmer. And then from High Commissioner Soris from the Indigenous Peoples Group. I agree that the summits and the G20 structures is not for our communities on the ground, but for people in universities and academics. We, as the first Indigenous people of Southern Africa, are not part of the C20, T20, Y20, W20, and business and NGOs, and we are in most of the 9 provinces as communities and even outside of South African borders like Angola, Botswana, and Namibia. But to date, we were never invited to any summit or arranged by all the 20 structures guided by the G20 vision and objectives. Our voices have not been included in these summits and conferences. So how can our communities be left out? But it is said to be all-inclusive. All Indigenous people of other countries, such as New Zealand, Australia, Brazil, India, and Canada, have been acknowledged as their Indigenous people, but only South Africa is refusing to include us as the Khoi and San. Our community is lacking in social and economic upliftment and empowerment, and we are unfairly treated. Let me just keep scrolling to see what else, and maybe my colleagues can help me see questions as well.
I can proceed.
Yes, Lwazi.
Yeah. Good morning. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm Busiso Atabiso Sibiza, PhD in Political Science and IR. Thank you for amazing presentations. I have a few questions. That was already touched on by Lily. A direct question to Ms. Salome Baloy. May I please get more information on the various ways and one can participate in the G20 Social? I really appreciate the details. Thank you, Zandila, Fossil Free South Africa. And then Amaseko Malete asked, which platform or group can assist youth with business, startups, and support? And then, those are the questions so far, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We will go back to the honorable members. In that sequence, we'll start with Honorable Mhlongo. Over to you, Honorable Member Mhlongo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, colleagues, and all our presenters and everybody else who has joined this platform and those who are probably watching it on our channel. Really, we must first welcome all the presentations and thank all the presenters who made their presentations. I think I'll make my contributions, Chair, in the order in which all the presentations were made. But firstly, Chair, I would like to ask that can we get all the presentations that were made here? Can those presentations be sent to us as well so that we can have them in, for future references to be able to go back to these issues time and again? And yeah. Now, Chair, you know, with regards to how all these working groups were established, for me, it indicates a continuation or a perpetual continuation of the narrative that foreign policy or international relations is a space for the elite. I say this, Chair, because you look at how the T20...
Honorable Mhlongo?
Yes, Chair?
Just hold on, there's a hand here.
Okay.
From Honorable Smith.
Chair, it's just to be the next participant from the committee. I'll wait for Honorable Mhlongo.
Oh, no, you are in the list, Honorable Smith. You are next indeed, after Honorable Mhlongo. Over to you, Honorable Mhlongo. Sorry to disrupt you.
No, that's fine, Chair. So I was saying, Chair, with the establishment of the Think 20 and all these other groups, to me, it looks like it's a representation of a group of elite people coming together and participating in this G20 blood presidency at the exclusion of the ordinary citizens of this country, which I think is something that is a norm in the space of international relations and cooperation, whereby only the elite have a say. You look at our our engagements in the committee, any presentations we get, any people we invite to come and participate in this committee is the elite, is a group of elite people who think they've got the space of international relation is exclusively for them. What about the ordinary South Africans, Chair? And I did not hear plans or tasks that are included on bringing along ordinary people in all of these presentations that were presented here today. And I'm really interested in the involvement. I only think I heard from the Y20. T20, I didn't hear them, how they include students who are studying international relations or politics in this whole process of ensuring that they groom and share their skills and knowledge and experiences with young people who are studying international relations and politics, so that they don't age and retire with this vast knowledge and experience that they've acquired through this journey. Now, when it comes to the social summit, I did not hear what they said. There'll be a schedule of summits that will be made public in the coming days. How do we get the public or ordinary citizens to participate, and how to ensure that these summits that they are talking about, the social summit, they reach and attract ordinary citizens from different walks of life, from your rural community, from the townships, not just people in the suburbs, not just the elite alone, but also to represent the true demographics of South Africa. Now, with the issue of C20, the civil society, I'm just interested, Chair, in knowing how did civil societies, how were they elected, the civil societies that are involved in this whole process? Here, I will show that they have covered all grounds or areas. I was glad there was mentioning of LGBTQI community, churches, traditional healers and leaders, disabled people, and civil movements. Have we included more especially civil movements that deal with ensuring? I know the presenter is from society, that was civil society mobilizing on issues of healthcare, but have we mobilized enough civil movements to that advocate for access to quality healthcare for all? Because as we globalize the world, Chair, it reminds us of a recent pandemic that happened, the COVID-19.
It's something that I recommend you get to know.
The recent pandemic of COVID-19, Chair, really indicated that Africa is at a disadvantage when it comes to vaccines. There was a time where we were struggling, we were fighting as Africa to get access to the COVID-19. Did we mobilize civil societies that look at access to healthcare rights for all human beings, not just a certain group from certain parts of this world? And in this civil society, do we have the South African Council of Churches part of this? Do we have the biggest churches of South Africa? The biggest church you will know, in terms of membership, it will be your ZCC, IPHC, and Apostolic Church pastors. Do we have them involved in this process? And if not, why not? And I must give and say kudos that I've heard that C20, they will be having a disability summit and an LGBTQI plus summit. Well done to that. Let's hope it reaches the intended stakeholders, and really you go out of your way to ensure you attract the ordinary people in this thing, the disability community and the LGBTQI plus community. Again, it must not be meant for the elite selected few. there was an issue about a soccer event that will be used in the music event to get the message across. I'm just wondering, young people in this soccer event and the music event, how are they going to play a role? I know with the Premier Soccer League of South Africa, most teams, they've got a developmental team, which is for young people. Have we looked at avenues on how to get young people also who are in that sporting field to get them to participate? Have we looked at, when we organize the music event, what percentage are we allocating to young I'm sorry, what percentage are we allocating to young upcoming artists that must also benefit from this event as well? Now, I did not hear if we have any anti-GBV movements that are part of civil society. If they are there, please just tell us more about them and what is their role and what are the summits, because I think in fact, gender-based violence is a pandemic, not only in South Africa, I think in the continent and in many parts of the world. Gender-based violence is really a problem that I think we need to bring together different people. We need to bring together different people in different countries to come together and find a solution into it. And lastly, on civil society, I'm wondering if there's any civil movements that have been included that deal with that are anti-drug trafficking, drug abuse, and the global challenges that we all face, not only South Africa, but the continent and as well as the rest of the world. There's a problem of drugs in our society that we need to bring countries together to get rid of drugs in our society, because drugs really, they are robbing us of young talent, they are robbing us of future leaders, future doctors, future professionals, and future leaders of our country. Do we have something that looks at the drug abuse, drug trafficking, and even human trafficking? Because anything that has to do with trafficking and drug abuse, there's always a human trafficking involved in it. Now, when it comes to B20, Chair, I think the last time when they were here, we've raised this before. We understand they look at global business community, but do we have a program that attracts or involves SMMEs in B20? If so, how do SMMEs access those opportunities or get more information on how to participate in the process? And what channels does B20 use to ensure that the message and information that is relevant to businesses gets to be circulated to SMMEs of this country, SMMEs of the region, SMMEs of the continent? How do we get SMMEs involved? It can be that permanently you look at all the summits that are taking place and the summits that have already taken place and those that are still going to take place. If you look at where they'll be hosted in the metros, in the big cities. It's normally a city of Tshwane, city of Johannesburg, city of Cape Town, city of Durban, East London, the big cities, Chair. How does B20 ensure that? Because these business people coming together, this information is not only, there's also tourism involved with the G20. We're attracting different business people who are coming here for visit. How do we ensure that we don't only get to host these summits in the big city, but as well as all these things get to be hosted? You look at Sentin. If you check the hotels in Sentin, it's well-established hotels that have been there for decades in business. How do we ensure that we get to give these opportunities to new businesses that have just come to the market, new establishments that will really, really do well if they were to get support and were to get so many visitors coming to their facility? It will boost their business, it will grow their business. What is B20 doing in that regard? Then I'll go to the presentation by Labour that we got from Mr. Parks. Now, on the issue of labor, does Labour 20 engage multinationals that come and want to operate here in South Africa and in the continent? That there's labor laws that they need to follow. We have seen many times, Chair, I can raise issues of that we've seen in mainland, issues that we've seen in Stenger, where multinational companies come and establish here in South Africa, and instead of following labor laws of this country, they opt to employ undocumented illegal foreigners so that they can not only exploit them, but use them to pay them slavery wages, because they know that the local people are going to demand better a living wage, a better salary. How then do we engage? Have we engaged multinationals on these practices that they find themselves doing here in South Africa, opening businesses, and then next thing they're only hiring, they are not following the labor laws of this country? And what are the plans in terms of with labor in ensuring that mining communities, they get involved as well? We have seen with the rise of what they term illegal miners, zamazamas, being arrested in mining communities. Most of the time, I also wanted to raise it with U20, this point, that most of the time it is young people. If you check people who get to be arrested when it comes to illegal mining activities, majority of them is the youth. If it's not the youth, some of them gets to be children underage. How then does the youth and labor get into that space and ensure that we don't only get to see young people being arrested? They are big culprits that we never see them arrested behind this issue. You are only arresting the digger. Who's the buyer? We're not going after those people, because those are the biggest people who are causing troubles for us in the mining communities. We need mining communities to be involved in labor training. Mining communities must know how mines work for them. How is it that people don't get employed in their local mines? Because these mines are run by multinationals in our communities, but we don't see the youth actively participating in that space, ensuring that there's a percentage that gets to be allocated to young people. Now, Moiketsi, for your presentation, I've heard you said you use civil society networks to reach out to the youth in different areas. I beg to differ, I don't think we have reached the youth of South Africa in totality. Did you perhaps reach out to National Youth Development Agency, the NYDA? Because if you check with the NYDA, they've got a database of young upcoming entrepreneurs that they funded, entrepreneurs that have made solid presentations to them, but due to budget constraints, they were not able to fund all those young people and all those businesses. Did you go to NYDA to try to get database of young people who are in business that can be brought back, including B20? That there's something they should have done to involve young people who are in the business space. Go to NYDA, get the database, contact those people and say, here's an opportunity with this G20, come and participate. And did you, Y20, try to contact, there's youth formations in South Africa and student formations. In fact, in the institutions of higher learning, there's also SRCs. SRCs are well established or organized body that is able to mobilize students in totality. And the youth formations of this country, we know there's established youth formations of this country that have access to database of young people at a fingerprint, at a finger click. And then when you check, another thing that I wanted you to answer for me is that the guest speakers for the summit that was held in Ekurhuleni, how were the guests selected for that to come and participate in that platform? And have you looked at the possibility of having young people of South Africa being paid for being influencers on the different media platforms? I'll give you an example. TikTok in the European and the Western countries, they pay social media influencers who make TikTok videos, who get a lot of likes, retweets, whatever you call it. Are you exploring such avenues, how our young people who are content creators can be paid? And how are you going to access the youth in the informal settlements and in the rural areas? And which rural areas have you visited, if you have visited? And how was that youth mobilized? Which informal settlements as the Y20 have you visited? And how was that youth mobilized? Give us a breakdown. You contacted the local councillor, you contacted the municipality, the mayor, so that we can give this information to other young people who wish to participate in this process. Because really, I don't see how the youth of this country gets to be included in these programs. And what are the upcoming programs or schedules or summits that you have targeting specifically rural youth and youth in the townships and in the informal settlement? And how are you? And I think the other thing I wanted to ask you, Y20, is that How are you planning to reach out to the youth that is not in employment, not in education, and not in training? Because the majority of our youth is not the youth that is concentrated in the institutions of higher learning. I'll give you an example. It's just a little bit above over 1.3 million youth that is in the institutions of higher learning in the country. And the majority of our youth is not in institutions of higher learning, unfortunately. The youth of the country is not in employment, not in education, not in training. Look at the quarterly labor force survey stats. It tells you majority of our youth is unemployed. How are you planning? What are the programs that you have to access that youth to participate? Because as the EFF, we are really worried and concerned about that youth, because that's the youth that gets to be excluded in economic participation. If you were to also utilize an agency like SASA, SASA distributes the 370 social relief grant. On their database, SASA has a majority of youth that is unemployed above 18 on their database. And they also have the youth that is receiving child support grant. How then can you use social development as a department of government to work and have a collaboration mechanism with Y20 to access that database and we know of POPI Act. How do we get these young people to access opportunities? Because we have them on database that they are unemployed. We have them on database that they are receiving the 370 social relief grant, but we have no means of accessing them and bringing them to participate in these great opportunities that they should participate. And remember that once South Africa held the G20 presidents, and these are the results or benefits for us. And I think I've raised also the issue of illegal mining. How to play a space as Y20 to ensure that multinationals, they ensure that youth participate in this issue, and we don't find youth that opts to do illegal activities. And the issue of women 20, really from the presentation, perhaps the presentation was short because they didn't have enough time, I don't know. The women who are part of this W20, how were they selected? Which platforms and mechanisms are you using to access women of this country to ensure they've got information and access opportunities that come with the G20, and you as a working group that is mobilizing women? What platforms and channels are you using to ensure that you access women, and which are those platforms that are using? As a woman sitting in Guanongoma, as a woman sitting in Musina, as a woman sitting in Nas, as a woman sitting in the Central Karoo, as a young person sitting in Namakwa, as a woman in Namakwa. How do I have access to this information? Which channels and platforms must I go to access this information? And lastly, Chair, in all the presentations that I've heard from the different groups, I did not hear how SADC as a region and the African continent. I just heard that AU is now is participating as in the G20. By participating, what are the practical programs that we involve SADC countries, practical steps, how we are involving the entire African continent? And lastly, Chair, in the airports, there's signage of G20 Summit. I'm wondering to myself, do we have the same at taxi rank? We know in South Africa, the taxi industry transport millions of commuters on a daily basis. I think it was estimated that they transport around about 18 million commuters on a daily basis. Those are the biggest people. Majority of our people are using the taxi industry and the buses to and from work or to wherever they are going. What have we done in that space to ensure that ordinary people have access? Because our people go to taxi rank, they go to bus depots or bus rank. How are we ensuring that there's signage and promotion of G20, like we're seeing with all our airports? When you go to OR Tambo, you go to King Shaka, Cape Town, all the airports, there's billboards and signage and whatnot about G20. What about the informal sector, the taxi industry, and the bus ranks, where people can have access to the information and be able to rightly participate in this process? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mthongo. Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to quickly look at my notes. There's quite a lot that needs to be addressed. Chair, I just want to start off by thanking the relevant stakeholders and representatives from the various G20 working groups for the very interesting presentations. I think it's very, very encouraging to see the amount of work and the sheer, I think, gargantuan task of what South Africa is trying to achieve in our G20. And it certainly shows that we are taking the matter quite seriously, and I think punching above our weight in various respects, which is certainly very, very encouraging. I do, however, want to say that I think that we've been presented with far too cursory a glance at the various G20 working groups in this committee particularly. And I think, if I may, through you, Chair, just make a recommendation that we look far more qualitatively at these working groups going forward and less quantitatively, because I don't think that we actually got to the meat of what many of these G20 working groups are busy with, or what they're trying to achieve. And I think I certainly get the impression that many of the participants on this committee share that frustration. I think it would be more beneficial perhaps in future if we could group the G20 working groups potentially per portfolio or per cluster in the same way that we do at Parliament, to make it a little bit more streamlined and to facilitate an engagement that is far more focused rather than erratic going forward. So that's just one recommendation that I would like to make, Chair, for any forthcoming colloquiums. Chair, that being said, I do think that I'm going to just focus on what I think underpins most of the working groups, and certainly what South Africa needs to achieve, not only as the only African nation in the G20 or the only African G20 member state, but certainly as a representative of Africa and the broader developing African economies at large. And the one thing that I think that we are lacking in this particular colloquium, and certainly as far as it pertains to the Foreign Affairs Committee, is a discussion on governance, governance and stability. Because, you know, we can talk about a lot of these programs, the just energy transition, we can talk about overhauling international financial systems, etc. But all of these proposals need to be underpinned by stability and sound institutions and democracy. And the Honorable Mhlongo mentioned the SADC region, and I agree with her. We haven't spoken enough about Africa's role, not only as a regional power, but as the representative of Africa on the G20 stage, and certainly in the G20 space. And I do think that this committee should be discussing issues of governance and stability going forward. And Chair, I think that we've had very, very interesting inputs from the various G20 working groups on this particular platform. But I would, I think, like to see, for example, input from the Development Working Group, which I know is focusing on governance and democracy, and potentially from the Anti-Corruption Working Group, which I know is also looking at transparency and clean governance in Southern Africa. And I think those are probably the most pressing issues at the root cause, or that underpin all of the other initiatives that we're trying to achieve in the various other G20 working groups. And I think we need to be mindful of the fact that, yes, the G20 is an international engagement, and so it will, by its very nature, form part of what we discuss here in the Foreign Affairs or the DIRCO Committee. But it is, in essence, the interfacing of whole or entire governments with each other. And so it's far-reaching, I suppose, across portfolios and ministries in South Africa. I think we need to have a discussion as to what is pertinent for this committee in particular. And I mentioned this earlier. We need to look at how or which working groups are informing policy reforms, certainly domestic policy around trade and investment, domestic policy as it pertains to economic redress and empowerment policies, which is a conversation that is now becoming far more prominent in South Africa as it pertains to growth and international investment. And as I said, those governance issues that should be at the core of South Africa's diplomatic initiatives and engagements with other states, not just in our region, but over the continent at large. So I think it would be beneficial, as I said, if we could streamline maybe what is pertinent to this committee as far as the G20 is concerned. On that note, Chair, I've mentioned issues around governance and democracy and the importance of those to underpin reform and growth in South Africa and across the continent. But I do think if possible, we need to have some insight into what's happening on the finance track. We know that South Africa is co-chairing the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable as the G20 host this year. And I think that I'm not sure if this is going to the Finance Committee. It is rightly where those conversations belong. But I do think that insights into the discussions around finance would be beneficial for this committee, certainly to see how South Africa is engaging as National Treasury on the reforms around international financial institutions, etc. Because, we can't have any of these initiatives or any of these reforms that are proposed by the various G20 working groups if we don't have the funds or the money or the restructured international financial system that actually makes it easier for African and emerging economies, certainly like South Africa, to access capital going forward and to make it easier for startups, for example, or for various just energy transition mechanisms and programs and projects to get off the ground. Some of the recommendations that we of the DA have made is working towards leading the development of equitable debt restructuring frameworks to address Africa's sovereign debt crisis. This is particularly important in the Southern African context. We've had 3 iterations of a budget just this year because we've been trying to deal with South Africa's high debt and low growth trajectory. And so those conversations are pertinent for this committee to be grappling with. And I think input from Treasury on that regard would be very, very useful. Furthermore, working towards debt sustainability for South Africa and other emerging markets, looking at our peers in Africa, lowering the cost of capital for South Africa and emerging markets through reforms in the development finance institutions. Now, this again is within Treasury, but it is pertinent to the Foreign Affairs Committee. I think we should have oversight over this. And then obviously looking at the reforms that we are pushing for South Africa in the international financial architecture to ensure multilateral development banks are fit for purpose in addressing sustainable development and cross-border challenges, promoting policies that ensure economic benefits reach every corner of society, particularly marginalized communities. This goes to what many of the previous members of civil society had spoken to around inclusion of the disabled community, for example, or other marginalized members of society. And potentially initiating a study on the evolving roles of international financial institutions and their relationship with G20 members to identify innovative financing solutions and development gaps and reforms to align global economic governance with contemporary challenges. So those are just some of the reforms I think that need to be brought to this committee, or certainly we should have a little bit of insight into what's taking place in the finance track in that regard. And Chair, just to conclude maybe on those 2 points, if there are policy recommendations or policy reform that is taking place in the G20, that is also crucial for us to be discussing in this committee and certainly across other committees where these particular policy reforms or legislative reforms will be taking effect. So if we are having discussions around reforming or easing economic redress policies in South Africa, if we are looking at labor regime reform, for example, in the Labor 20 discussions, insight into that would be very, very useful for this committee because those discussions certainly have a very important bearing on our ability to trade, on trade and investment initiatives, on navigating the tariff wars, for example, that have been imposed on the global financial and trade system by the USA under the Trump administration, and also just looking forward at how South Africa and other emerging African economies can best position themselves as part of the emerging market economies and certainly the global South to be far more competitive in the international trade space. And just to lastly end off, Chair, we need to look at international best practice. How are we bringing to this committee laws that are working far better and allowing our emerging economic counterparts, such as India and Brazil and Indonesia, for example, to achieve rapid economic growth rates, certainly in comparison to South Africa. And where can we learn from those countries? What can we take from those laws or those initiatives in countries with very similar socioeconomic circumstances to our own, and bring those to our legislators to look at, and to see where we can either lift certain pieces of legislation or look at copying or amending legislation to that effect, to make sure that we are internationally competitive and that we are not just drafting our own legislation in a bubble or in an echo chamber, but also opening ourselves up to what's happening in emerging economies outside of South Africa. And I think that is particularly crucial because, being the only African member state of the G20, of course, with the AU, we need to start feeding this international best practice into emerging African economies and seeing what works for us, what doesn't work for us, and how we can reform a functional and workable, I think, domestic policy framework to enable growth and development, and to underpin that with sound governance and sound financial institutions. I think that is really at the crux of what we need to be discussing to give effect to all of these various working groups and all of these various proposals that have come from these particular working groups to assist all aspects of South African society. So I would like to make that proposal, Chair. If we can take that into account for any future colloquiums, it would be appreciated. And I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Smith. Honorable Chetty, anything? I know you are new, but you have been a member of this committee before. Okay, maybe you can hear me. Honorable Douglas?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to thank all the presenters for the inputs that they have given us. So I'm just going to put my camera on. And I want to thank all the participants from the different sectors and from the different communities and the different people that have presented. I want to say that, as civil society, we play a very valuable role within DIRCO, within international relations, within our communities. And I feel that our people down on the grassroots are not being heard enough. Our people on the grassroots, right down towards our youth, the vast majority of our youth don't know what's going on in G20, in T20, in Y20, in all the different 20s. Unfortunately, that's just the reality. It's not something that's been published widely. It's not something where there's a clear mechanism where civil society, our youth, our women, people with disabilities, and down to our soccer clubs can participate in this process. Right now, it's coming across again just like a elitist diplomatic powwow between heads of state, ministers, business people, where deals are made, but the people are left behind. And I'm hoping that the social convention that's going to be had and all the different meetings that are going to be had are going to have a real impact. But for us as Umkhonto weSizwe, as the official opposition, we need to see tangible results. And here I'm speaking about rands and cents. We're talking about SMME financing, township revitalization, tangible GDP growth for our people. And I don't see that what we are busy doing is actually going to result in that. I know that this is a much bigger global geopolitical meeting. We're representing Africa, but as the country representing Africa, we need to ensure that this G20 benefits our people, or is it again just a largely extractive relationship with Africa where we're going to chair this for this year and it's symbolic and we're just going to pay billions and billions of rands and there's going to be no real cost to benefit analysis done that shows us what we are going to benefit from this as South Africa, but mostly as the people of South Africa, the poor. How's it going to help us get our people out of the shacks? How's it going to help us get our people out of the problems we have in our society? So, I want to thank Dr. Costa and Mr. Kovadia from the Business 20 group. You know, over the past decade, we need to find out what has South Africa tangibly gained from the G20 in terms of SMME capital inflows, in terms of job creation numbers, and in terms of poverty reduction. When our sponsored G20 partners, such as the US and EU, have imposed a 30% punitive tariffs on our exports, where is the net benefit of our G20 engagement? It's disingenuous for us to sit and to have wonderful G20 meetings in the build up to the end of the year and we're handing over to the America. But when those very G20 members are targeting us and hurting us economically, hurting us via tariffs, hurting us by cancelling AGOA, this is not negotiations or friendly economic relations. This is an attack upon our economy. It's an attack upon our people. And it's an attempt to bully us into doing what they want us to do. And based upon wrong narratives like white genocide and all this other nonsense that they're busy talking about. So, you know, if we are going to participate in G20 in all these different areas, we need to call things the way they are. How will the voices of women, youth, and workers meaningfully shape the G20 Social Summit? We have the 18th to the 30th November. What's the outcomes going to be taken in, and is it going to be just another advisory thing that's going to go to them, or is there going to be any binding, tangible results on the outcomes of the G20 chairpersonship and the meetings that are going to be held? Is there a quota system or quota mechanism to ensure that all the tracks that have been excluded are actually accepted, and the work that is being done actually leads to something meaningful? I want to thank Professor Zondi and Ms. Baloy for your inputs as well. Will the South Africa's G20 presidency use this forum to forcefully advance the rights of our indigenous people, our traditional leaders, our Aboriginal leaders? And I want to thank the presenter from the Khoi San and the Khoi communities, High Commissioner. It's true that you have been excluded. I'm one of the Khoi San people, but we also have African indigenous people, the Xhosa, the Zulus. All of us have been here for many, many years, have been excluded from this G20 outcomes and from the real money that is behind this. You see, all of these meetings are always about our resources, our gold, our diamonds, our rare earth minerals, our oil, everything that's in our land, and how external powers can chop it up and use it for them. And they pay off our politicians, and they pay off our business people, and they do big deals while our people suffer, while our people sit in shacks, while our people don't have electricity, when our people are starving and they don't have any jobs and our youth have no future. So these talk shops that are happening, we need to have a real cost to benefit analysis on this. We need to really understand how is it going to go down to the grassroots, because actually it's just sucking more money out of our fiscus that we don't already have. We don't have enough money in this country, and now we're going to have to go into more debt with the IMF and the World Bank to pay for a G20 that done bugger all for our people. So, you know, for me, this is upsetting, Mr. Chair. What is the clear, measurable success indicators for South Africa's G20 presidency? Is that really something that we are looking at? Where's the measurements of success for job creation? Will DIRCO agree to a table a post-G20 cost-benefit analysis before Parliament by March 2026? Because I'd like to see that. I'd like to see what this cost us and what it is actually going to benefit us. Not in some symbolic way. I'm talking about in a real way, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairperson, I must be frank, you know, for too long the G20 has served the interests of global elites, while poor in South Africa and across the global south remain trapped in poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Unless this presidency delivers tangible results for us, we're going to have a problem. There must be a minimum of 40% allocation of G20-driven capital inflows must go to our townships, must go to our rural economies and our traditional leaders. A G20 people scorecard needs to be created to track the jobs that are created, youth that are empowered, women that are empowered, and poverty that is reduced. Because unless we are using the right metrics, we're going to continue thinking we're doing a great job, or having awesome talk shops, having nice events, and paying for it from the South African taxpayer and getting nothing back to the people that really matter, and that's the people on the ground and the people that are suffering. So, Mr. Chair, I'm not going to be much longer. I know that I usually go quite long, but tonight I just feel that the presentations are not detailed enough. And I want to agree here with Honorable Ntlongo, and I want to agree with Honorable Smith. We need to have qualitative and quantitative and detailed assessments of what's happening and how our people get involved. Most of our people are not involved. They don't know how to get to it via TV. They don't know how to get to it via radio. There's nothing about it on social media. You know, you can go through a month and you won't hear anything about the G20 unless it's something from SABC. Not everybody watches SABC, and the youth definitely don't watch SABC. So, you know, how are we reaching our youth, and how are they looking at that and saying, okay, here's the way that I can slot into it. This is the way that I can access funding. This is the way I can access education. I can, through in the G20 countries, here's bursaries here. There's a think tank here that I can participate in. Here's help for Aboriginal people, but from the United Nations here. There's help for people there. So, you know, there's zero of that. So I think that DIRCO is failing in this regard, and that we really need to look at how we manage this, how we track it, and how we report on it in the future, so that it is meaningful for the development of our people and the removal of poverty from our country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Douglas. We will now take Honorable Moela. Honorable Moela is not there. Honorable Kumbaka.
Thank you, Chairperson. I thought I was unmuted. Good afternoon to all the colleagues in the platform, the honorable members present, and the team from SALO and DIRCO. Honorable Chairperson, let me start by welcoming the reports which were presented to us this morning, and also value the efforts which have been taken by the various engagement groups to ensure that we have a successful G20 content. Mine is a bit short. I think I've been covered by my previous colleagues and the other members who contributed to the presentations. Firstly, I think we should use the G20 presidency should be an opportunity not only for government, but for ordinary South Africans and Africans. And I think it's been emphasized enough in this platform today. You know, too often, you know, these material engagements are seen as a distant process. So we really need to ensure that even the non-state actors and engagement groups reinforce that engagement and ensure that it's closer to the people. You know, the G20 must have meaning for our workers and the small businesses and women, and above all for young people. Just to also join my colleagues, I remain concerned that the involvement of rural and township youth in the Y20 and other G20 structures risks being reduced to a symbolic representation rather than ensuring that there's a meaningful participation and influence across the ground. So true inclusivity requires that these voices are present in these engagements and are central in shaping the agenda and outcomes of the G20. I also believe that, you know, we need to put an emphasis in the people-centered diplomacy. Our engagement at the G20 must translate into tangible benefits for our people. And the engagement groups must reinforce this. Citizens want to know how will these discussions impact jobs, food prices, education, and just general access to technology. So we need to ensure that these groups and these platforms bridge the gap between global commitments and local realities. Secondly, Chair, we need to amplify the youth voice. Young people form the majority of our population, but the voices are missing, you know, in the global decision making. And I think our G20 president should not only engage through the Youth 20 process, but must institutionalize youth participation in the general policy formations for this. So, and then in terms of addressing global inequality, we know that Africa continues to bear the burden of unsustainable debt, which directly affects development and job creation. You know, South Africans expect us to use our presidency to advance debt relief, fairer financing mechanisms, and the reform of global financial institutions. So these reforms are not only abstract, but they determine whether young people can access education funding, and whether governments can invest in infrastructure, and whether innovation efforts can flourish. So I think it's very important to address those global inequalities in various ways. And then the aspect of digital inclusion is also very important here. I think the pandemic has reminded us that connectivity is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. And, you know, this platform must support investment in affordable digital infrastructure and skills development. You know, digital transformation must not leave behind the rural and township communities. So I think it's an aspect that also needs to be clearly emphasized in our engagements. And finally, Chair, I think we need to strengthen Africa's voice. You know, South Africa does not carry this presidency for itself alone. We carry it on behalf of Africa and all its people. So we need to bridge the gap between the developed and developing countries and champion a reformed democratic global order where the African Union, African citizens, and South Africans have a real say in shaping solutions, and it's not just an abstract or rather just a show. It needs to generate tangible results, which will be felt by everyone in this country. So I think in closing, Chair, I think we need to emphasize the need for a people-centered approach when it comes to these engagements. And we need to be Africa-focused and youth-driven because at the end of the day, South Africans are watching, the world is watching, and they do not expect just promises, but, you know, they need real progress that will touch their daily lives. Thank you very much, Chair.
To unmute here. Thank you very much, Honorable Kumbatsa. Honorable members, thanks for all your inputs in the meeting. I will give over to those who made presentations to respond in that sequence. We will start with SALO.
Right. Thank you, Chairperson. Part and parcel of why SALO and the Portfolio Committee today decided to have this discussion was to particularly highlight some of the shortcomings in terms of the public consultation and the inclusion of the people of South Africa within this G20 process. And part and parcel of that, in order for us to build some form of consensus on the world that we want and the future that we want, we need to interrogate what do these processes mean in international relations and how we engage with each other in these various platforms. And I recommend the chairperson for being bold enough to opening up international relations and democratizing it for the everyday people to engage on these platforms. So we would like to dip our banner and salute Parliament for doing this. But above and beyond this, what we need to also realize is that we are in an international system that is in transition. And part and parcel of us trying to come to terms with the future of this region and continent and the world has in store for us is for us to continue having these dialogues and discussions going forward. And especially with Parliament being at the center, to not only hold the executive accountable, but to derive the voices of the people in order to inform their decision-making when they hold the executive accountable. So part and parcel of what we need to do is that we need to always and consistently drive an agenda where the democratization of foreign policy and international relations is embedded within our political psyche, and for us to consistently define our future going forward collectively as defined within our constitution. So on behalf of SALO, I would like to thank the meeting that was had today in the colloquium, and I hope these feed into some of the recommendations taken forward towards DIRCO, along with the P20, along with the G20 Social and the Heads of Leadership Summit at the end of November. But part and parcel of this is that we should consistently have this dialogue beyond the national dialogue itself, because these conversations consistently will bring us together in order for us to create a common basis for our humanity and our continued development as a nation, region, and continent. Thank you, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Lwazi. Over to T20. T20.
Forgive me, Honorable Chair, but Dr. Mtembo had to step out to another meeting, double engaged. But he asked me to stand in for him in the event.
He did bring that to our attention. You can proceed.
Yeah, no. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have this this colloquium, this conversation with everybody. It is quite clear that there's a gulf between what is happening at academic leadership, business levels, and so on, and the community at large. There's a lot of unknowns, right, happening in our society, and there's a big need, therefore, to extend these processes, make information freely available to all of society to understand exactly how Think 20 operates, exactly how Business 20 operates, exactly how G20 operates, and so on and so forth. It is also quite clear that there are some misunderstandings on exactly what the G20 actually does and why it actually even exists. For instance, especially from its historical origins. And it's what it's intended to achieve going forward and so on. So clearly, there's a lot of information that needs to go out to our society, our communities, Honorable Chair. It might be I welcome this effort, and I certainly second Mr. Somia's assertion that this has to continue, so that we get as much information out there as possible. We had comments about why, for example, information is not in the text ranks. Information isn't going to a whole host of various other areas, other platforms where most of our people are. And of course, these are things to look at, but of course within the margins of what our engagement groups are actually able to do. And so on. These are a lot of we take in a lot of these comments together, and we'll certainly be looking at what it is that we can do to improve and get as much information to our people as possible. So on behalf of T20 and Dr. Mtembu, as he has requested, we extend our appreciation for the opportunity to have this, to share what we've been doing as T20, to share what our expectations are, what remains to be done still going forward in this G20 presidency. And we congratulate you, Honorable Chair, for allowing this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. C20.
I thought I will yield to our chair, Comrade Tulani. I'm not sure whether he's able to speak as I presented. Comrade Tulani, you want to go ahead or should I take it up? Chairperson, Kawi Kokobetso, sorry to delay you. I think there were issues that were raised. One is on the issue of disability inclusion. D20 is an integral part of the tapestry of the C20. As I said, in our leadership, we have Comrade Tulani as the chair. He has 3 deputy chairpersons. One of the 3 deputy chairpersons is Dr. Nzo from Persons with Disability. And how we arrived at her is that the disability groupings that were driving the D20 component came together and they met and they delegated her to represent them there. So they operate within the C20 processes. They are integrally involved in what we do. So in the working groups that we have persons with disability who are participating in those working groups. The content, they look at it, whether it is from a disability perspective. We have agreed to have a summit of the disability of the D20 as part of pushing for disability to be one of the engagement groups going into the next phase. But insofar as the C20 is concerned, it includes participation of the D20. Insofar as the proposal around utilization of the platforms that we have for music, we are working with the South African Music Week organizers. They are made up of representatives from the music industry. Part of the event that they'll be organizing will include participation of local artists because we want to showcase South Africa and the global partners from Africa from the music perspective. But we are using that as a media and communications platform to popularize the issues that we are dealing with. So it's not a music event for the sake of music. It is really a platform for us to communicate what we would have done, because we're not going to have a music event where we're consulting people around the policy briefs. This is what we have. This is what it means for you. And let's enjoy the music by showcasing it. It's in line with our working group on cultural diversity and embracement. So we have people from that platform. We also have, Chair, you were talking about traditional leaders. We have the Royals 20 who also participate in the work of C20 as well, although they are non-recognized engagement groups, but their voices are included in our working group on cultural diversity and embracement. With regards to the issues of soccer, the same approach we're taking. A team from the Premier Soccer League and probably a team from either the DRC or Congo. We have a working group on people-to-people solidarity. That is a working group that we have. It is also about social cohesion, nation building, and the interconnectedness that we have. So we will use soccer as a platform to showcase that which we are doing. We will use it as a platform to communicate what we have put on the table of the leaders in terms of our C20 policy proposals. But at the end of the day, people will come and utilize, be engaged in a soccer match. We're in discussions with the national broadcaster, and hopefully SuperSport will come on board so that when that soccer match happens, it is also televised so that, Chair, you can be interviewed as well, driving P20 and others in terms of your articulation of the issues and this interconnectedness that we are driving. So from where we are sitting, the engagements that we spoke about that will take our work into provinces, in the districts. It is also part of ensuring that people know and understand that there has been South Africans, Africans, and global civil society colleagues that have been involved in the development of policy positions. This is what those policy positions are, so that we engage and consult with them in terms of what we will be putting out there through our process. We have also said that we have over 2,400 organizations that are part and parcel of our platform. Our processes are bottom up, because we have given the authority to put together the positions to our working group facilitators. And then we spoke about knowledge partners, which are people that are going to assist us with the editorial processes when the full document is finalized. So from where we're moving, it's not a perfect process, but it's a process that is very inclusive, that is a representative of the voices from South Africa, rural and urban, as well as from Africa, utilizing technology as well, which connects us. As we indicated, some of our working group facilitators, we have a working group facilitator who's based in Senegal. They are chairing a meeting. They speak French. We make provision for translation that happen. We have a working group, a facilitator from Russia. We have one from South Korea. We have them from all over, so that as civil society we are interconnected in terms of the work that we are doing. So to the best of our ability, we have made sure that it is not just about us South Africans, it's also about the African agenda, it's also about the global agenda that will then sit in the table of the president in order to articulate that which we are putting on the table of the South African government as the host. We have also said, Chair, as I close, that part of our engagement includes participation in the official working groups of the G20, the health working group. The other colleague, Comrade Matthew, also spoke about the interaction that happened in George. Our representatives were there. We even attended the ministerial meeting of the employment and labor working group as well. So as best as we can, we are making sure that our voice is heard. We're in the room. In the room, we are putting our issues as we see them as civil society. In the room, we're saying the things that we agree on with government and governments, we must ululate around those, because that's what we want. If governments are listening to us, we don't have to be fighting. Then those things that we don't agree, we will articulate, and we'll continue to articulate those particular issues. So I want to assure members that to the best of our ability, we're making sure that we leave no one behind. And if engagements can be had with the LGBTQI stakeholders, with the colleagues from the D20, they will be our spokesperson in terms of how our process has been empowering for them. And lastly, Chair, the linkages with other working group. We have worked closely with the Y20. We're going to have this symposium with other engagement groups to compare notes as well in terms of where we are. We are also intrinsically engaged in the processes around the G20 Social Summit. So we will not disappoint you as representatives of the people from the efforts that we are making. Even though we started late, we believe that we have caught up and we are ready to put something on the table. Thank you, Chair. Oh, Chair, I think you were talking, but you're unmuted. You're muted.
B20, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points that was directed towards us. The involvement of SMMEs and youth. I did say in my input that we have made SME development and women empowerment, but also through the SMEs, young people being involved, the thread going through all of our task forces. So instead of having a separate task force, for instance, SMEs, we decided that SMEs should be discussed in every task force, and similarly, women empowerment should be discussed in every task force. We've worked with the International Women's Association and other bodies. We've worked with SME organizations, and there are women and SMEs on the task forces, and they had been party to the deliberations. You will have seen again in my input that we work very hard to ensure that we have gender parity in the leadership structures of the B20. And so you saw in the structure, the top structure of the B20, and the chairs of the B20, the task forces, we've got gender parity, 50% women, 50% men. And although task force members are appointed by the B20 business organization, and so not entirely in our hands, we have achieved approximately 46% or so women on members in the task forces as well. Then just to say that, what do we mean when we say we put Africa on the center of the agenda? There are a number of African C-suite people, CEOs, participating in the task forces. There are African leaders co-chairing some of the task forces, and each of the task forces have between 8 to 12 co-chairs from the different G20 countries and from the continent. We've also, in some of the recommendations that will come out, we're making some strong recommendations about the issues of debt on the continent, the issues of how countries on the continent are rated by rating agencies, the issues of structured finance, the issues of promoting and utilizing the African Continental Free Trade Area. All of those have been discussed in the task forces and will reflect in the recommendations we make and we hand over to the G20 presidency on the 4th. Just to then finally say that I think we need to appreciate that this is the first time we're doing this. And this is the first time the continent is doing this. And we've all been learning as we go. And one of the things we're trying to do through the B20 that we're hosting is that we want to work with previous hosts as well as future hosts. And we're in discussion with Brazil, in discussion with America. As soon as we know the host for 2027, we'll talk to business organizations there to see if we can actually track the recommendations and see if they're being implemented and what the impact of the implementation is. So that if there is no impact and if they're not being implemented, we can actually come together again as Sherpas of the various B20 chapters and see what we do about it. So have some sort of continuity in that. And we're trying to do that. And then the final point I'd like to make is that in all of these 20 groups, a lot of work has been done to arrive at the recommendations. A lot of research have been done. And I think what we need to do as South Africans is that post the B20 and post the G20 and post our hosting of all of this, we should be using all that research, all that work that's been done to see how we apply it to the challenges we have in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate Kovadia. L20.
No, thanks, Chair. The Chair, I think one agrees with all the members' questions. I think they raise the same things that we would share as L20. I think Honourable Mhlongo and I think Honourable Smith make the point about we need to avoid the natural temptation of all these kind of international summits, especially government ones, of it just being a talk shop, or as Honourable Mhlongo says, a discussion of elites. It has to lead to some sort of material benefits to the ordinary working class society, family, etc. Otherwise, it'll just be a missed opportunity. And I think, especially, Chair, that this is the first time this is the first time that an African country has actually been able to host it. And so it is a wonderful opportunity for us collectively as South Africa to really put forward progressive ideas. I think that all members, would agree with. And Chair, I think members are right. We also need to have a deeper discussion about South Africa's approach to diplomacy. It shouldn't just be about attending conferences, the diplomatic cocktail circuit. It really has to be linked to trade and investment, to creating decent jobs, to improving the lives of people. Otherwise, we're missing critical opportunities and time that we just don't have. So I think that's been kind of our vantage point, Chair. And, I think Honourable Smith had raised the question about, labor law discussions. And I think our stance would be, obviously each country has unique circumstances. The laws will speak to those conditions, but there should be some sort of minimum norms and standards to level the playing field between different countries, especially developing ones, to avoid a race to the bottom, to avoid creating sweatshops where we should really be trying to enhance the quality of life of workers, of the family, of society, etc. We should be seeing how do you try to reaffirm multilateral institutions like the WTO to promote fair trade, to manage or to avoid terrorists being weaponized, but also to be understanding to different countries, including, for example, the US. South Africa is no different. So different countries, fragile economic sectors, the impact of globalization, of deindustrialization, etc., and how do we try to find mutually beneficial trade agreements? How, for example, Chair, if you looked at AGOA, you'll find many African countries didn't even exploit the opportunities of AGOA because they lacked access to capital, to logistics, etc. Again, how do we have discussion around the AFCTA? And again, how do you protect, African economies from cheap goods being dumped there from, other better off economies, etc., etc. Chair, I think also to Honorable Smith's question about, I know we often make noise about reforming the global governance institutions. We shouldn't stop making that noise, including to the lending institutions, be it the World Bank, IMF, etc. That they have not been angels. We need to see how to change some of the past predatory behavior. But even how do you reposition a G20, a BRICS, etc., to really take up the issues of the South? How do you really try to use institutions like the ILO to take up labor law discussions? Or how do you position these institutions around debt relief, etc., or financing as well? Because I think most members would agree that the real solution is actually trade and investment as opposed to debt, etc. And Chair, just to Honourable Nhlongo, the two issues, one around the migrant labor. Look, it is a ticking time bomb, to be honest. We've seen a flood of migrant labor into South Africa in the past decade plus, and you can't blame the workers who come because they're fleeing countries in a far worse scenario. So yes, we have a 43% unemployment rate, but if you are from, Zim with an 80% unemployment rate, or if you're from Somalia, or from the DRC, or from wherever, people move because of desperation. There was amendments by the Fourth Parliament under the LRA to say that even undocumented workers have certain inalienable labour rights. There has been positive progress, Chair, this year, increasing the number of labour inspectors under the Department of Labour from 2,000 with an additional 10,000 this year, and there'll be a further 10,000 next year under the presidential employment stimulus. We are to see how we can improve cooperation between the department on inspections in vulnerable sectors with organized labor to really try to deal with some of the more errant employers. And you tend to find, Chair, if an employer ignores one law, he tends to ignore all the labor laws. But of course, there's more need for us as unions to pull up our socks as well to do a better job of organizing. There was, Chair, a useful amendment to the Employment Equity Act in 2023, which also rewards companies who obey the labor laws, embrace fair labor practices. Where they will receive a compliance certificate, which will then help them to access government tenders, etc. So trying to reward good behavior. But I think, Chair, to be fair to government, and government can, must capacitate the Border Management Authority, they must continue the reforms of the Home Affairs Department, etc. But ultimately, a lot of these things require political solution, as in, for example, the case of Zimbabwe. And of course, there is a role with employers too, to not feed this frenzy. When you see certain sectors of the economy is really prevalent, like construction, farming, restaurants, petrol stations, etc. So I think there's a point we always make to our colleagues in business too, that to also put pressure on their sectors to abide by the law. Chair, just last year on the mining issues. Look, I think, Chair, for us, the real big problem in the mining industry is about fixing the cadastral system so we can get more mining investment locked in, giving support to Transnet to improve its performance. Again, that helps to unlock the mining sector. How can we do what we've all been talking about for many years in this parliament about giving support to beneficiation of minerals locally? How do you regulate artisanal mining? But I think, Chair, there is a huge problem of law enforcement, as we've seen with the Zamazamas. They have become a threat to mine workers in the mining companies, to host communities. And there really needs to be a much more concerted effort by law enforcement, but also by the mining companies too, that when you have seized your operations as per the minerals legislation, you're responsible for rehabilitating and securing those mining sites and not just simply abandoning them. Chair, I think if I'm right, there's about 5,000 or so of these mining sites, and that is a huge task for DMRE on its own to fix, and so the mining companies too have got to play the role. But I think, Chair, let me stop there. But I think maybe, Chair, to Honourable Smith's question, we're happy to give more detailed information as processes unfold, and to keep members up to date with our side of the L20 engagements. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, members.
Thank you very much, Ndade Parks. Y20.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll start with the questions that were posed to the Y20 specifically from the chats, and then I'll get to the honorable members who asked specific questions directed to the Y20. Chair, with regards to the question that was asked by, I think, Mr. Vuyani around which universities does Y20 work with in the Eastern Cape. So just to note and put a disclaimer that with regards to universities, we use universities as merely as venue sites, but also as meeting points, right? So in the Eastern Cape, for example, it could either be Fort Hare or Rhodes University or any other university. And essentially what we do as the Y20 is that we partner up with civil society organizations per province to make sure that young people, and people who are part of the G20 Y20 roadshows in the universities are not only university students, but also young people in that province, in the surrounding neighborhoods, but also the ones who are from, if we're going into provinces, that have a rural population, we also make sure that, through our civil society partnerships, those young people get to attend the G20 Y20 roadshows, Chair, so that they can engage the Y20, but also putting them into, as I said earlier on during my presentation, those policy negotiation simulations across the 5 thematic tracks of the Y20, so that they're also put into those rooms of negotiations and are also able to make input. With regards to the second question that was posed around how can the Y20 process, for example, be made more inclusive and accessible, particularly to young people in underrepresented communities, and reference was made here, Chair, to small townships who may not be aware of the G20, of course, or any other engagement groups. So one of the things that we've done, particularly with our research and monitoring department that we have within the Y20, is that we actually did a thorough research and monitoring and evaluation of the Y20 plus minus 14 years communiques, right? What was implemented and also what was not implemented. And part of the things that we did is that we worked with Northwest University to translate some of that research material so that when we do go into our G20 Y20 roadshows, Chairperson, those can be translated into local languages that we can share. And in fact, we've also partnered up with organizations such as Deloitte and many other corporate partners who've come on board to say we have research capacity, for example, to assist the Y20 with translation, because we understand that some of the communities that we go into, English, for example, is not the first language of young people. So how do we translate these Y20 final communiques, but even the work that Y20 is doing to make sure that young people are able to understand, for example, this multilateral language that oftentimes, again, is seen to be relegated to the elite, as has been highlighted. But also the second things that we've done as the Y20 is that we've partnered up with GCIS for GCIS to make available to us, for example, the radio stations that are in African languages, in particular in this country. We've held multiple engagements with radio stations like Lesedi FM, Umhlobo Wenene, for example, who pull in plus minus 12 million listeners. And that's also the ways in which we've tried to make sure that this process of the Y20 Chairperson is as inclusive as possible. But also, part of that inclusivity to this specific question that was asked, part of what we've done to say the work will continue beyond our pre-summit and even the main summit. How do we therefore get into the schools, the clinics, and I think as has been highlighted by Honorable Mhlongo, how do we even get to taxi ranks and even holding policy negotiation simulations in those spaces, because that is also where we find our young people. There was a specific questions that was asked around strategies that exist to simplify the language. I think I've addressed that. But also there was a question that was posed as well, Chair, on what are the long-term and measurable benefits of the G20 and Y20 engagement for young people, particularly in terms of employment opportunities. And with regards to this question, that is why when we went into the third Sherpa meeting, Chairperson, that was held in Sun City, we really urged, for the G20 leaders, for DERCO and the colleagues that were in that room, to institutionalize the Y20, given the fact of our recognition as this Y20 South Africa, that not only are we the oldest engagement group, but also none of our recommendations have been implemented. So how do we move beyond talk shop and tokenism of young people to make sure that this institutionalization through a Y20 council or a Y20 alumni association or a Sherpa's Council, for example, that becomes a permanent mechanism to not only coordinate chairperson youth engagement across the G20 tracks, but also chairperson civil society, and of course our national systems, right? Because we recognized, Chair, that current youth engagement mechanisms lack continuity, but also they lack institutional memory, but also they lack accountability. So for us, this council, this alumni association, and even this Sherpa's Council that we're imagining seeks to address this by creating, again, a structured year-round platform for collaboration between, again, current Y20 presidencies, its alumni, civil society, and G20 governments, again, to coordinate implementation, follow-up, knowledge transfer, and of course, monitoring of our Y20 outcomes within the G20 systems, again, to make sure that this is not a talk shop, again, another talk shop where we come in, we engage, but nothing is implemented, right? So for us, really that alumni association or the Sherpa Council or the council itself was our way of saying that will support ongoing advocacy, capacity building, and of course, policy continuity across the G20 cycles. With regards to the questions that were specifically posed by Honorable Mhlongo, Chairperson, particularly around how are we going to make sure that, for example, the Y20 reaches mining communities? Honorable Mhlongo, I can assure you that one of the organizations that we are working with and that is part of the Y20 team is an organization called the Right to Protest. And it's a project that is based in the University of the Witwatersrand University. And what they do is that they provide legal services to mining communities. And we've been working with R2P to make sure that R2P is also able to open up that network that they have within the mining communities that they work with so that we can access that youth. But also Anglo-American Foundation also came on board to support our work. And we've also been working with Anglo-American Foundation to make sure that we access the mining communities that they have presence in, but also the networks that they have. Honorable Mhlongo, you also particularly asked a specific question in relation to whether did we reach out to the NYDA, particularly their database. I can confirm, Honorable Mhlongo, that the NYDA is a strategic partner of the Y20. In fact, the NYDA, the new board, was there present every day with the CEO, Mr. Ndumiso, at the Y20 Summit. They also held panel discussions and they've been involved. And in fact, they made available to us the National Youth Service, the young people from the National Youth Service, which is part of the flagship programs that they have as the NYDA. So I can assure you, Honorable Mhlongo, that indeed the NYDA is involved within the Y20 South Africa 2025 as a strategic partner. And we also, as a Y20 leadership, had to overlook the fact that the NYDA is a government agency and that engagement group must be led by civil society. We said, despite that, let us work with the NYDA because it is a machinery that is there and it is working. And how do we also tap into that resource to make sure that we reach our young people as far as possible? But also, particularly with the B20, the Honorable Mhlongo, you also asked a question around the B20. How have we engaged with them? I can assure you that, in fact, the Sherpa for the B20, Mr. Kes Kovadia, who's here on platform, when we engaged with him earlier on during the year, he was generous enough to say that what we are doing as B20 is that we also are mainstreaming SMNEs and women across all the tracks of the B20. And how can you as Y20 come and have your own separate track as the Y20? And we extend that gratitude to the B20 colleagues for having made that available to us. So indeed, we are engaging with the B20. With regards to the engagement of the student formations and the youth formations, Honorable Mhlongo, again, we also have an ongoing partnership with the Department of Higher Education and Training, who are chairing the G20 Education Working Group. And we've been working with them, and working with them has also made available to us the Community Higher Education and Training cohort and the TVET colleges. And they, in fact, form part of the G20 Y20 roadshows, right? And in fact, Honorable Mhlongo, I can assure you that, part of us having involved, for example, the community education and training colleges, that is really, for us, we've seen how that involvement has played particularly a crucial role in making sure that, we help particularly our young people and our people really to adapt to, for example, the changing world of work, but also how do we when we go into those negotiation rooms, particularly on thematic 2, on inclusive economic growth and employment, how do we develop, some of the relevant skills, and even on AI, right? And for us, again, getting involved there, being in partnership with the colleagues from the G20 Education Working Group has also even allowed us, Honorable Mhlongo, to also target that group that you mentioned that is not in training, employment and education, right? Because we know that our country particularly has that relatively large group of even adults who have low levels of education and skills, and even limited opportunities in terms of the work that we are doing. And Honorable Mhlongo, you raised an important point around the fact that, much of the G20 has also been seen to be an elitist, exercise for the elites and so on. And that is why when we inherited this work as the Y20 from our Brazilian colleagues, Honorable Mhlongo, we sought to make sure that the Y20 moves from being an exclusive youth engagement group to a more inclusive youth engagement group, by saying that every young person who has applied to form part of this, but also the ones who do not know, will form part of Y20. And I note the comments that have been made by, for example, Pastor Lebo, who, still argues that rural youth are still being left behind. And Y20 is here, Pastor Lebo, and I can assure you, we are looking forward, for example, to working with yourselves, in the Northern Cape, to make sure that we access that rural youth, because even in our attempt to become as inclusive as possible, we do identify those blind spots, and we're very much willing to walk along with not only our citizens, but also young people of this country, to make sure that we learn, unlearn, and relearn, because all of us here are learning and relearning and unlearning. As Cass has said, the Sherpa for B20, this is our first time doing this. And as this Y20, we are committed to making sure that the lived realities and the struggles on the ground of our young people will be addressed through this Y20 platform. With regards to the questions by Honorable Smith, in fact, the Y20 welcomes those comments, Honorable Smith, particularly around how do we emphasize qualitative as opposed to quantity, but also, again, what the important role, points that you raised around governance and stability. And the question there would be also, how do we involve our young people in those spaces to provide them more opportunities? Honorable Douglas, again, we welcome your comments, and we agree with you, particularly with regards to the cost-benefit analysis, because part of what we've also been saying as Y20 is that this cannot be another form of tokenism and even another talk shop. But again, how do we make sure that all the work that we've done in our negotiations, there's tangible outcome? What are those measurable outcomes look like, and how do they look like? And that is why for us as the Y20, as soon as we got this work, we made sure that we come up with a team that focuses on monitoring, research, and evaluation, and constantly evaluating ourselves to make sure that we're able to do better. Honorable Moella was not here, and Honorable Kumbata, again, I think her comments also re-emphasized the previous comments that have been made, Chair, by the previous members. I'm going to leave it there, Chair, for the sake of time. And again, any other questions that I might not have significantly addressed, we are here as young people of the Y20, happy to engage and happy to, again, learn, unlearn, and relearn, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, young people. W20.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'm hoping that I will address most of the issues that were raised. One related to the work of W20. One was obviously the importance of gender-based violence and femicide, and the fact that it affects women's lives, it affects women's health and productivity and well-being. And this is one of our key focus areas within W20. And as W20 South Africa, we work with the National Strategic Plan structures on gender-based violence within the presidency, and we also work with SANAC. So we are trying to leverage on the gender machinery that already exists in the country, and to find platforms such as this to bring some of these messages across that are so important for us to keep at the forefront of our minds. I mean, as I've mentioned, women's rights and gender equality are being placed under scrutiny, and as South Africa, And as part of our national identity and our human rights framework, we recognize gender equality as a human right, and we need to stand by our identity within the G20 in that regard. So we also have partnerships besides with SANAC and the NSP, with UN Women as well as with Oxfam. So we do try and leverage those partnerships and platforms as well as other engagement groups, including B20, Y20, P20, O20, and so on. So the only way we can do this, honorable members and honorable chair, is if we work with others. We should recognize our limitations as engagement groups, and that those limitations we will consider, we will work on. But what is also important to remember is that we are engagement groups in the social track, and we do not receive any money from the fiscus. So to expect us to do work at grassroots level without the support of the various structures that we work with is impossible. So we do, I think, require, and this is hopefully a message that will go out there, we require to work with organizations and structures that already have the kinds of platforms that we need to spread the message of Women 20 within the G20 processes. We have 23 knowledge partners, so you can imagine the kinds of networks that those bring, as well as 88 international delegates from the other G20 countries, as well as the EU and the AU. And again, they bring with them their own networks. So it is a matter of balancing mandates and interests and needs. Women 20 is comprised of business women, as well as civil society and research and academic organizations. So we are a myriad of different interests, and we need to reach consensus around women's socioeconomic well-being and development. We have, again, made a lot of efforts to improve visibility of the African and Global South perspectives within the G20, including adopting many of the recommendations that have been made by the previous Global South presidencies in the last 3 years. We have established stronger cross-sectoral partnerships between government, research institutions, and civil society. As I've mentioned, we do work closely with and support the Women's Economic Empowerment Working Group. So we have also shifted towards multi-year trackable commitments. In fact, we have a research report that shows the impact of the W20 over the past 10 years. As I mentioned, we're celebrating our 10-year anniversary. So just to end, and I might be short as well, but again, we're running out of time, by saying that we aren't working groups of G20. We are engagement groups of G20, and we're here to serve. And we do hope that we are serving in a way that is beneficial to the G20 processes, as well as to the people of South Africa. But we do have a limited mandate, limited power, and limited resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We'll now take our Sherpa, Derko. Our Salome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and let me just begin by thanking all who were able to ask questions. Obviously, platforms such as this are enabling us to be able to know which direction we should be going into, and also just to channel us to say, are we in the right direction, and so forth. I do agree with B20 that this is the first time that this is happening in our soil, on our soil. Therefore, we are learning as we are actually going. So to begin is that President Ramaphosa has actually made it very clear to us when he gave an instruction and he said, South Africa's G20 presidency must be remembered as both people's G20 and also Africa's G20. That is why we then had to establish the G20 Social Summit, which is very central to why we are actually here and in order to ensure that we fulfill that mandate. The issue was to say, can we close the gap between government level discussions and also the lived realities that many of the questions were actually revolving around, starting from the being included, the beneficiations, and all those. So now with the G20 Social, this is the platform where we are ensuring that there's that inclusivity with all the civil society throughout the grassroots. This obviously makes the G20 process more participatory and ensures that the decisions that are made and also the declaration that will be handed over to the leaders is actually lived realities from the ground. That is why we come up with all the strategies that we will be obviously ironing out and just outlining to everyone for them to be able to know. Honorable Shongo, I think one of the issues that you actually raised was the issue of the involvement of the region, which is SADC, and also the African Union throughout the continent. I just want to assure you that as part of the mobilization from our side in the Shepherd's Office, we are working with the civil society partners across the region, which is SADC and also the African Union. What they are doing to assist us is to mobilize for us, also to be able to just ensure that all the civil society in the continent has already said that the president would like this to be remembered as Africa's G20, are actually contributing towards the declaration, which will ensure that obviously Africa's priorities are strongly reflected in the final outcome document that I was talking about, that will be then handed over to the Leaders Summit. So we are closely working with those, but also you could have heard from the C20, Y20, and all the other engagement groups that they are working with the members and also other member countries that of civil societies that are visible and also available in the continent. So in terms of, if I can just move to the issue that was raised by Honorable Soros, from ourselves, from the Shepherd's Office, let me just assure you that we have had your concern, and we will, from now forth, ensure that the Khoi and the Sons are actually included in all this to be part of the social summit, not only, but also to be able to voice out in all. In terms of the disability issues, I believe that C20 has actually answered a lot. But from the Shepherd's side, yes, the emails that have been sent out will ensure that we do respond to them. I will give the response by the end of the day to the Honorable Chair so that they can be able to come back to yourself. But we are available for a meeting so that we can be able to see how we work out. I'm aware that there's been a process just to ensure that disability is actually a formal engagement group. And South Africa has actually started that as they've taken it from Brazil. So there's processes with the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disability that is actually underway. So therefore, I think leading to the summit itself, Honorable Chair, from our side as DIRCO, we just want to really appreciate all the concerns and the questions that have been posed through to us. And just to ensure all that have, especially 90% of the questions were revolving around the issues of inclusivity. either be it from governance side, be it from the beneficiation side, and also to say our voices. How do we ensure that those voices are actually heard? We, from our side, we are definitely ensuring that those voices are heard. We are using various platforms to ensure that we reach the corners of this country, including the region and also the continent, as much as we will then ensure that we are inclusive globally. But our concentration is Africa, is SADC, and also throughout the country. And we're working closely with GCIS because the president actually is the lead on this social summit. They are ensuring that on a daily basis, there's outreach programs that are actually undertaken. We go to community radio stations. We do have a lot of outreach programs. Obviously, those things that I'm mentioning will be outlined. The roadmap, the clear roadmap will then be outlined by the coaches when they actually launch, because then that's where we believe we'll be able to reach a number of the informal or the civil society or groupings that are actually out there and we are unable to actually reach. But thank you very much for the questions. And I believe that this is the beginning of the engagement. We are available to ensure that we are working together with the portfolio committee to reach as many people as possible. Thank you.
Salome, thank you very much, Leboha. Honorable members and all those who are in the platform here today, we all know that future history is made in the present. And the present has got a relationship with history of the past. Therefore, there's a dialectical relationship between the past, the present, and the future. So those of us who are in the present, we are creating future history and we are bequeathing to future generations a better Africa and a better world. This G20 is going to serve as a platform to make sure that all and sundry at a global level understand why, as Africans, we have arrived at a conscious decision to embark on a process that culminated in the adoption of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. It is our hope that the economy of the African continent, anchored on the Africa Free Continental Free Trade Agreement, will be supported by all the members of BRICS who will be participating in November here in South Africa. We also hope that future generations will be able to appreciate it and to embrace our efforts. And in the course of our efforts, because we are doing something, we are bound to make mistakes. There's bound to be lapses along the way. The most important thing is for us to realize the lapses along the way, to appreciate our mistakes as opportunities for us to become better people, so that we build a better Africa and a better world. It is our hope that G20 will serve as a concrete platform to deepen and concretize multilateralism. Because if there's no embracing, strengthening, deepening, and sustaining of multilateralism, the world is going to disintegrate and the world will perish in the ultimate end. And that is not what we want to bequeath to future generations. It is our hope that all our leaders, we will continue to work together as we move towards this G20. And post G20, there has to be hard work on a daily basis to concretize the implementation of the resolutions which are going to be arrived at G20. The masses of our people in South Africa, throughout the African continent, from Brazil, where we inherited the work of the G20, and all other nation states that have been involved in the G20 processes, We want to thank them. SALO, as a non-state actor, we want to thank you for your foresight, for your cooperation, for your willingness to work with us as the portfolio committee. When we mooted the idea of this colloquium and you came on board, you said we are ready to work with us as Parliament. So I want to thank you for that. All those who made reports here today, thanks for investing the labor of intellect, investment in the labor of time to make sure that today we have these qualitative presentations that ignited debate here and knowledge that was imparted to our people. So ra leboga. Baya danki. Thank you very much. The staff that worked for the success of this colloquium, we want to thank you very much. Our Sherpa, Derko, thank you for being present and for responding to the matters in the manner in which you did and committing to respond in concrete terms to the matters that the people have raised here in the platform. All the South Africans in our various persuasions who have participated and observed the processes that unfolded here today, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, Baya Danki, thank you very much. Siabulela, the media for broadcasting the processes of today and of yesterday when we were doing the media previews. We want to thank you because it was only through your cooperation that we were able to reach as Parliament over 25 million people yesterday who were interested in the colloquium that ensued here today and was very much successful. We will learn from our mistakes. This is a new concept that we have developed as the Portfolio Committee for us to continue to engage with the people in as far as making sure that we drive a people-centered approach as the Portfolio Committee on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. As the Portfolio Committee, we have developed a process of the people-centered mechanism which is going to be rolled out in all the wards throughout South Africa, where ordinary people will be able to contribute to the work that is given to the Portfolio Committee by the Constitution of the Republic. We hope that you will use that platform to change the face of oversight work, lawmaking, and people participation responsibilities which are enshrined in the Constitution. Going forward, we are also going to introduce Buali Modula, which is a podcast on a weekly basis where our chairperson will be doing a summary of geopolitical developments so that our people can have an opportunity to interact with us as the Portfolio Committee on a weekly basis on how we interact with just geopolitical developments and how we participate in shaping them to build a better Africa and a better world. Releboga Modimo for giving us this opportunity here today, and we want to wish everybody a successful lunch, all the persuasions towards making G20 a success. We wish them well. Thank you very much, the staff. Once more, this is how we come to the end of the colloquium here today. Tsaman sentle, baya danki, moeliop, hambane kahle, re a leboga bagaetsho.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Ra leboga Modula.
Sitilo.